What do we have here? We have someone pondering the nature of life, and we got Swankapod. Swankapillar.
Swolapod.
No, that's right. It was Stronkapod. The Stronkapillar. Right.
Stronkopod.
Stronkapod.
Yes, because he's currently in pod form.
Show us that again. Tell everybody what that is. Let us know what that is. Look at those little black arms, that little swole arms.
So my friend has a 3D printer, and he's like, I'm gonna make you little arms to put on the bird. And the bird's like, how dare you even bring close to me? I'm offended. You've offended my entire line, like familial line, and you are now, how dare you? So now it's Chonkapillar's swole arms. So he's now swole.
Stronkapod.
Stronkopod.
Yeah.
Well.
So he went from a leaf type to now a strong type.
Yes.
Fighter. I would say
fighter type.
Grass fighting.
Yeah.
Grass fighting.
Wait a minute. This must be a Pokemon thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I got it. I got it.
Yes.
Virtual high fives.
Shout out to D Gamer Aries. If you're not already following Aries, please drop Aries a follow.
Yes, please drop Aries a follow.
Everybody else that has
And all the other
shout out
streamers
in chat
yes,
today.
Please. I appreciate you all. So, welcome once again to another episode of Dungeons and Dragons Isles in the Mist campaign. We're on session 54. 54 weeks. Wow, that's fantastic. And honestly, we probably still have maybe another 6 months to go. So we'll see. It depends on how things go. But that's also, I love it because it's how we have this nice blend of role-playing and action, and role-playing and action as the story moves along and as you guys move the story along. And as our wonderful supporters show up to watch our story that is crafted on the fly together dynamically. I just appreciate all you guys. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We got looks like a full house already. We're getting ready for the show. So let's start off with the recap of last week's episode. So last week's episode, our adventuring party had made a breakthrough, literally. They had used the new teleportation, the new tree-portation technology, or as what did Rylar call it? Telefartation. Yes, but it is really tree-portation technology that Fern had developed. They'd use that to literally transport and break through the barrier that is keeping everyone from making it to the northern part of the island. And so these folks, these adventurers, these hardy explorers have ventured to ancient lands that no other living being has been to that they're aware of. No, at least nobody from the mainland, the main continent. They're the first people here in this area. And what they found was not pleasant. What they found there was the forested areas are corrupted, blighted as it were in a way, with some sort of combination of disease / curse, similar, to that tree from before, but on a larger scale. They immediately were beset upon within this gigantic hollowed out dead tree, and they were assailed by a darkest nightmare, some sort of aberration, some sort of gigantic skittering horror, one-eyed crustacean arachnid combo thing.
Does chat want to see the model?
Yeah. I guess you guys probably want to see the awesome model one more time. There you go. Hold on to it tight. Don't drop it.
Yeah, don't drop it because it's coming back. No, just kidding.
Spin it around a little. Yeah, there you go. So that was in short a beastie. Yeah, a beast of a beastie. Hey yo, daddy, dig off. So that is what they stumbled into the lair of, apparently, and
teleported right into it.
yes, with a creature like that, there was no no trying to negotiate. So they had to negotiate with their weapons and their spells to survive. Otherwise, they were going to get it. And they did so. They did, and Lorkris didn't go down, although it was close as usual. And
no come to Weejoss moment last time.
Right. He's on a streak. He's on a streak of
flying too close to the sun.
Yep. He's
at
any rate,
too close to the grave.
Afterwards, because it was a tough fight, their resources were quite a bit depleted, and so they decided, you know what, we need to rest up one more time, do a whole 14-hour stretch of a sleep, because down in the corrupted, blighted valley below, dominating the scene, dominating the view of the landscape, is this enormous ancient ziggurat, capped off on the top with a tree apparently growing straight out of it. And they basically came to the conclusion, they wrestled with the idea, well, maybe we should go back now. But then they realized, well, we'd still be putting people at danger. And honestly, Fern is just none too happy to see the land like this, and she wants to explore further to understand more why it is the way it is, and see if there's something she can do about it. And so, of course, the rest of the party wants to support her in that, and there's still so many more mysteries yet to uncover.
Not only with Fern, but with Lorkris.
Right. And so that is what they decided to do. They rested up, and we're going to be starting off tonight where they had already camped and are setting out down the mountain across the blighted forest landscape toward the ancient ziggurat. So there you go. That's what's going on. That's what happened, and what's going on tonight.
Hey, Fate, when was the last time Lorkris had a come to Weejoss moment? Has it been a while?
Been a while.
It's
been a while.
Yeah, it's 100% laying too close to the grave. It's bound to happen sooner or later.
You think she's gonna get mad at you because it's been a while?
It's a 50-50. I think, if anything, she might be impressed that it's been a while. She's like, oh, finally.
Finally, you're getting trippy.
Yeah, finally you know how to stand up for yourself. Yeah, no, it's, 100% as a player, I'm getting nervous. Because, I know it's time's coming. Time's coming. Lorkris is gonna be like, well, here he is. Yeah.
Razmataz, I'm sorry. We'll refund you. Banana Tom or Dagoth, if you guys can refund him those points. On D&D night, we have those turned off.
No sound alerts.
Yeah, we're a little bit different. Obviously, quite a bit different than what you guys do. Our way of doing things is more of a fly on the wall, kind of tied down TT. We want it to feel like a homey TTRPG experience.
And we also post these on YouTube.
Yeah, and we put them on YouTube too. Yeah, so I appreciate your patience and understanding in that. But so if we can refund those points, that would be awesome. I appreciate you guys. Now, what I like to do also at the beginning of each session is, after I share the recap of what happened last week, I want to ask each player randomly what stood out most to their character last week, helping them get into character and helping us all kind of remember details of what happened in more detailed ways. So, I don't need 2 dice for that. Let's see who goes first this time. It's been kind of a lot of the time. It's been, yeah, Fate's been going first a lot lately. For some reason, that my D6s like to pick him first.
I mean, I guess it's Fate.
Not this time, though. Miss Emillynn Ray. Oh, you know what? We jumped ahead. We forgot intros. I'll do this real quick for the YouTube folks. Hi, guys. I'm StormyD of Storm Saga Games. Welcome to our 54th episode of Dungeons & Dragons Oz in the Mist campaign. I'm your host and Dungeon Master, and I play the NPCs and the monsters and craft the story for the folks. And the main NPC that I play is one of the player characters, Rylar the Suffrigant, who is a warlock of the Great Old One, but he believes he is a cleric of goo. And that's what's going on with me. And right over here next to me, my lovely partner in life is...
The eye.
She's not the eye.
That's quite the transformation. I had no idea this is like. I guess it makes a lot of sense.
Well, he was still introducing Rylar, but I was a little slow. Anyways.
Hello, everybody. My name is itsStarkitty, and according to my sheet here, I'm playing Emillynn Ray. She is a half-elf bard, war bard, everybody likes to call her. And this is Philip, her imaginary friend that talks to her. That she's the only person that can see and hear him.
Right.
Whatever
Okay.
Philip is.
Philip.
Philip looks like a Philip.
Yeah. All right. And then next, right across the way over there in that lovely green, who do we have over there?
I am Druid IRL, and I play Fern, who is a wood elf, Circle of Spores Druid, and this is Strongopod, also known as Chonkopod, also known as Chonkopillar, and all hail.
I can't get over it.
all hail! Strongopod!
And right next to Stronkopod and Fern is
The dying fate.
Chunk.
Everybody, I am Fate. I am playing Lorkris, the Goliath, who is a Oathbreaker Paladin of Melora and a Path of the Grave Cleric of Justice.
It gets swoller.
And one last thing, guys, please, both of those wonderful people over there are streamers as well. They go under extirpatefate and Druid IRL. And if you go to my About section below, you can find links to their channel. Please drop them a follow and help support. We appreciate you so much. All right, now back to it. Miss Emillynn Ray, what stood out most to your character from last week?
What stood out most to my character last week? Philip celebrating that he didn't get hit by the tree.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, because we come teleporting through the tree, and Philip was like, "Yeah, I didn't get hit by the tree," and then we faced that insect-looking thing.
And Emillynn Ray didn't point out to him that technically you were inside the tree, which means you sort of did get hit by the tree. Shh. Oh, okay, I see. You're keeping that from him, so yeah. Okay.
Philip doesn't know yet.
Okay, gotcha. He hasn't put 2 and 2 together yet, huh?
No,
Okay.
not yet. I'm not pointing that out to him either. But then he got a little scared because he thought he was going to get hit by the skittering horror.
Right. Cool.
But then we killed it. And now he's happy again.
Anything else?
That is it.
Okay. Well, Fern.
Aries, you are correct. You are correct about that.
So it was pretty cool to be able to teleport. You know? That is so cool. I am so smart sometimes. Not all the time though, but you know, I figured this one out pretty good. But it's kind of sucks over here, you know, because I don't know how much energy it's going to take to make this place, you know, okay. But it's fine. It's kind of sad around here, but it's fine. Chonkapillar kind of moved a little bit, so that's cool. But it kind of, you know, is weird. I don't like the face of this tree. I'm sleepy. I kind of feel like I'm going to barf. But it's fine. That's all.
Okay, thank you. And Lorkris.
Strangely enough, I missed the mines. At least we knew what was in there. No idea what's beyond. I mean, I guess we'll do what we must. But just, what have we gotten ourselves into? The only way out is forward. And just like, in that night before we leave in the morning, Lorkris is just like, though maybe not meditating and directly speaking to Weejoss, but just speaking out in hopes that they hear, just a plea of like, what do we do? What have we got ourselves in? But is remaining vigilant because I have no idea where I'm at. That thing was terrifying. It healed itself in a way I haven't seen before. There's a very particular giant word that Emillynn knows that describes that. It's about 4 letters long. I guess we go to the tree. And then just kind of like 1,000-yard stares out the... That's just what's running through his brain. Just...
Right. And thank you for reminding me. I did forget to mention in the recap that one other thing, after they defeated the creature, they decided as a precaution to figure out if they could, if Fern could connect back to the other forest on the other side of the mountains, in the other side of the barrier. And unfortunately, they found that that is not the case anymore. They're basically, it was a one-way trip, and they're stuck on this side unless they want to travel hundreds of miles out of the way to the west, to the coast. In which case, that's, you know, then that will just waste so much time and accomplish nothing. So, yeah. And that's honestly where we're at with Rylar. What stood out most to him was that he's feeling similar to, like, there's been times in his past that you guys don't necessarily know about. I mean, you guys do, you probably would have had conversations that we didn't role play, and so you kind of do a little bit know, but there were some times in his past where, you know, he had to run away from places and not go back to places that he'd been. And so right now what he's afraid of is that he won't ever get to go back to Misty City and the home that you guys have created. And he's a little bit scared of that. But he steels himself inside because he's with you guys. And he realizes that if he can't go back to that home, then one way or another, with the 4 of you together, you'll always make a new home. So.
Power of friendship.
That's right. That's right.
Ohana.
Ohana means family. Now high five me.
Here, we got to do the same, I guess. Okay. So that's our recap, folks, of what happened last week. And again, there's...
Chat, what stood out to you last week?
That's good. Talk about it in chat and
comment down below.
Comment in the YouTube video when it shows up later this week.
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
That's right. That's right. Okay. Thank you all again for joining us this wonderful evening.
You okay, Faith?
Oh, no one else heard that. That's great. Just don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm already sweaty. Window.
They heard it now.
Yeah. It is pretty warm in here.
It's pretty hot in here already. Fine.
Yeah.
All right.
Hashtag I5 me.
Are you guys needing to turn the AC on up a bit? Is that what's going on, or a fan?
No, I'm just gonna crack the window. I mean,
Okay.
it is toasty in here a little bit. She's got it. Nobody panic.
It's toasty, yet you're still wearing a sweater. That amazes me. You just got this kind of chic vibe where I'm so cool. I gotta always wear a sweater.
I'm like an ogre. Layers.
That's the other thing that I've noticed about our group dynamic. It's usually Fate and I that are wearing the sweaters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
You guys are not.
We're the ones that get hot.
Because we're like, we're talking and moving, and
Yeah.
I need space.
Yeah. And I need to have extra layers to protect myself from blows, both physical and auditory.
My really loud talking.
Yeah, it's
The
funny.
two animated ones, it's not surprising.
Okay.
And welcome to our D&D session with 2 introverts and 2 extroverts.
Right.
Yeah.
Although really, I guess we're more ambiverts. Well, no, she's an extrovert. I'm an ambivert. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Okay, guys. Thank you all again so much for joining us. We're going to go chat dark now, but we will back on again in the middle for the intermission to chat with you guys some more, and then also at the end of the night. Enjoy the show.
Bye, chat. We'll miss you.
For a little while. Okay. All right, the 4 of you find yourself standing at the edge of that plateau with the corrupted forest stretching out below you along the slope. Oh, yes?
Is this morning after we rested?
Yes.
Okay. Just double checking.
No, yeah. It's early morning. So I was about to describe that the sun is barely, peeking over the horizon. And, sorry, I didn't go completely chat dark because I didn't cover it up enough. All right. Excuse me. The sun is peeking over the horizon, but because of the gray overcast, which seems to never go away in this area, it's still kind of spooky dark, right? Not like, you can see, it's definitely better than like night, but it creates this kind of filter effect over everything that is reminiscent of the thumbnail that I created. By the way, what did you guys think of that thumbnail?
I thought we were in character.
Yeah. Sorry. Well, I'm describing. Okay. You guys.
That's a thumbnail.
You see that ziggurat, that massive ziggurat, like a mountain-sized ziggurat pyramid down in the valley below, with a forest kind of surrounding, almost covering it up in different places, and giant kind of root/vines creeping all the way up to it, in almost kind of caressing around the tree that's growing up out of the center of it. And but you definitely see that there's kind of a rocky path. It's that you can kind of follow around. You're going to have to avoid the weird kind of slimy vines and roots that seem to be entwined with all the, mostly dead looking trees everywhere. And it is slower going because of the train and in your avoidance of touching anything that you worry might be toxic in some way or dangerous in some way. So it does mean that because you're walking slower, you're also being a little more cautious, and so you're looking out for things. And you guesstimated that from looking at it for the distance from here to there, that it would probably take a little over a day to get there. So it'll be basically you'll want to travel for a day, and then somewhere deep in that nasty forest find a place to rest for the next night, and then travel on probably for another hour toward the to get close to the ziggurat. We are going to, as you travel, I'm going to do.
Right.
I know.
As you travel down through the forest valley, through the winding thicket, there will be, during that roughly kind of 16-hour walk, we're going to do 4 potential random encounters. And we'll see how much the dice gods like you guys tonight. The first 4 hours go okay. The second 4 hours, you think you hear strange creaking noises, and you do, and you realize that there are places where the vines and the roots are kind of pulling and growing and kind of constricting around the trees, creating that kind of cracking, groaning sound of the wood, and it's like the corruption, the blight is almost alive.
I don't like it.
The third 4 hour also quiet. In fact, it's for 12 hours now you've been traveling, avoiding all of this nasty, terrible area. And Fern all the time just steeling herself to not be sad and depressed about it. The last leg of the journey, just as you see the nighttime coming on. But you make it all that way unassailed. You find a spot. Actually, I'm going to have you guys spend an hour looking for a spot. Go and roll me the best survival check person. Roll me a survival. I'm going to actually, you and Rylar will both roll. What'd you get?
22.
22. All right. You beat Rylar by 2. So the two of you do find a spot where the strange vines and roots and dead trees are kind of leave a little opening on the ground. It's not going to be comfortable, but you'll do your best to rest in that spot. And during the night, during this nighttime rest, there is another opportunity. Actually, it's 8 hours, so 2 more opportunities for a random encounter. The first half of the night goes okay. Nothing happens the whole night. The whole travel, the whole trip. It makes you nervous.
Everybody breathe.
Yeah. So, just to clarify, you've made it down the slope to a great degree, but it's a thicker, more forested area. And you knew from it just kind of the best path to go was this. And so it's gotten to a point where you have to kind of look up to see the ziggurat. I mean, it's huge. It dominates the landscape. And for most of the trip, it was easy to see. But now you're kind of far enough down that mountain that, you know, you have to kind of look up to see it. And now you're in a thicker area where it's not super easy to see. You have to kind of look for it in the distance, right? But it's also still kind of, you're on a sort of a plateaued area that still slopes down towards it in sort of a rocky crag. And you as you break morning camp, using rations left over from the last time, right? You're now actually, normally you guys get to, you know, find food along the way. But, you know, this time you're having to dip into rations from hunting from, you know, when you were in the previous side of the island. And it's making you a little nervous. Although I believe you have Goodberry, right? Druid?
I have the ability to do that.
Right, I thought so. Yeah.
I just didn't think to prepare it.
Right. Well, now you're starting to get nervous because you're got about halfway through your rations now. So maybe going forward in the future, you'll need to think about that. But for now, you break camp and decide, okay, there's this kind of rocky crag, there's this little ridge line, and there's some trees over there. Based upon where we're at, I think, again, rolling our survival checks without having to roll, we get the idea that from where we can see the ziggurats kind of peeking above the trees, if we move over on this rocky crag and climb up a bit, we can kind of look down upon what you think will probably be the flattened, you know, kind of bottom part of the valley where the foundation of the ziggurat is. You think there's a good spot, and this is kind of why when you guys started walking down the mountain, you kind of planned out, let's try and get to that spot over there because it looks like it'll be a good vantage point as we get close enough to it, right? And that's what you do. I'm gonna have the most athletic person make the climb up there. What's your minimum climb?
Athletics for him.
Yeah, it would be 13 if I rolled a 1 for athletics.
Okay. Then do roll. You could fail, but it's very unlikely. You have to roll it less than a 2.
I have to roll less than a 2?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. 14.
You rolled a 2.
Oh wait, okay. All right, the DC was actually 15, so I guess I miscalculated. I thought you said 11? Oh, I thought you said 12. Wait.
No, so it's a plus. I have a plus 12.
Oh
so
yeah, plus 12. For some reason, I was thinking
13.
plus 13 in my head. I don't know what I was thinking.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, I can normally math, guys. I used to could do algebra in my head, but now I can't even do that.
My inspiration point. How's that?
Huh?
Because I never use it. No.
I mean, if you want
that's
to.
fine.
Although that's kind of a blowing of the inspiration point. I mean, that actually, because the inspiration point, remember, we decided it was a combat only thing, and you get 1 at the beginning of every combat. Yeah.
That's right.
So we'll just.
Is he slightly struggling?
Yeah, you see him up there struggling. He gets about halfway up, and then kind of.
I'm like, Lorkris, you got this. Bardic inspiration die.
Okay. So you used up a bardic inspiration of a day. Okay. All right. That's a D10 now?
It's a D8. Goes up to a D10.
Yeah. That's a 5 on the D8.
You only needed another 1, right? You needed to get from 14 to 15. Okay, yeah. So
I mean, listen. This is a gross area. Fern doesn't want to touch it. Like this is.
Yeah.
Foul.
I'm gonna let you at least roll a dexterity saving throw to see if because you did kind of stumble down the climb at first. She's going to be helping you with it, but you did stumble. So if this time you make a dex save, you won't hurt yourself.
Natural 20.
Okay, you're fine.
Just the look on your face, I was like, it's either a nat 1 or nat 20.
So on top of this rocky crag, you look down below. Well, first as you're climbing up, you realize, oh, okay, there's another little plateau up here that would be an even better vantage point, because actually where you climbed up on the edge on the side of the rocky crag, there's some trees that are kind of blocking your view, and you're kind of hanging on and clinging on. So you're like, okay, I'll climb up a little further over this, and then you realize, oh, there's a nice little plateau that if you can help the rest of the team get up to that, you all can get there. And you also notice that there's an actual, looks like a path that used to be a trail. It's quite a bit overgrown, but it kind of leads off around and down to that. That direction, but you're still not quite up to, you're just kind of looking over it, and you're like, okay, but from the angle of your climbing and looking, you're like, okay, you don't really get a good view of what's over by the ziggurat yet, but you know that you can from there. So what do? Do you want to try and help the team get up there, or what?
Yeah, absolutely. So,
she's all like, help me up. Right? Is that what you're doing?
Or she's like, Lorkris, why you need me?
Yeah, look with the rope.
Okay, so first you'll have to make one more climb check to make it up to that plateau, and then kind of find a spot to attach the rope, right?
Okay.
Actually, you don't have to make a climb check. I'll just say that you've kind of made that, or you're at the top. So you just have to make the decision to climb up onto the plateau and try and find something to secure the rope on.
Gotcha. I mean, I rolled anyway.
That's okay. What's your passive perception, by the way?
It's as good as if you're wearing like a helmet with face that kind of obscures some peripheral, so it gives you about a 13.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I like that number. All right. So, at any rate, you're busy trying to figure out a way to get them up there, and you do actually find a dead tree that's not completely overgrown with those weird slimy vine roots, and has can be a good anchor. And so you just spin the rope around it and tie it off, and go over to the edge and throw the rope over. And you guys basically...
I look at the two of them with me. Who wants to go up first?
That's fine. Don't look, Aries. Just kidding. He wouldn't have seen it.
I didn't see it.
So, Aries, you say what?
I look at Rylar and Fern. I'm like, which one of you wants to go up first? Okay, Fern, you're going up first.
The easiest one.
So, yeah, I think only for Rylar do you really need to make a strength check, or athletics check to pull him up. These two are not gonna. Well, actually, no, not even with Rylar, because you can pull. Yeah.
Oh yeah, technically.
Yeah. You're a Goliath, so you have that extra. Yeah, like he's nothing. Yeah, so you easily get everybody up, and they're all kind of.
I will go last.
You'll go last. Okay, you're pulling everybody up. Rylar's up there. He's helping. You got Fern up first. You plopped her down. She's watching. Just to supervise and make sure you guys get everybody up, but while you're getting, you're getting her up. Or you're going last, while you're getting Rylar up. Basically, once everybody's up, you all find a spot on the plateau behind some trees to look down, and you're like, yeah, this is a great vantage point to see down below to where the sort of the forest kind of backs up against the ziggurat and opens up. As if you do see that effectively there's parts of it that open up below, and you also note once you get to this point and you see it, you all kind of go. You see this, of course, the this entire time, all of the trees and stuff are this massive black and yellow and brown and stuff, right? And so it's just sort of, at first you didn't really realize and notice this, but you now you notice movement for a second, and you're like, it looks like a massive black right there at the bottom of the ziggurat. You all notice, okay, it's interesting. There are these different spots along the wall, the bottom wall of the ziggurat, where multiple archways where it looks like you can go into the ziggurat along the bottom of the foundation. And well, actually not multiple ways. I misspoke. There's a few. Let me think for a second. There's there's one at the central complex. And but as you're looking closer, you see this massive black that you first thought was just, more of the dead forest. But then it has kind of a shine to it, and it moves. And you look closer and closer, and it's almost as if, for a moment, your brain doesn't want to register or process what it's seeing. But you all realize with horror that right there at the bottom of the ziggurat, in the bottom of the valley, at the only clearing near the entrance to this ziggurat, is this enormous black winged lizard lying there, preening itself, cleaning its claws that are the size of trees, like a cat. And you realize, oh my God, we're seeing something of myth and legend right before us. It's in the distance, but it's now become obvious that you're looking at just a huge black dragon.
Different from the ones we saw in the mines?
Wait.
You never saw the one in the mines.
Is in a clearing in front of?
Yes, it's at the clearing, the bottom clearing of the trees. That at first you thought it was a cluster of trees, but then once it moved, then you realized, oh my God, that's a thing. And you look closer and closer as it kind of moves and cleans itself. It's just this dragon lazily relaxing at the clearing of the entrance of the ziggurat.
Is it wearing a collar?
It is.
Ah.
Remember, you guys never saw the dragon.
Yeah.
You heard stories about it.
But it's wearing a collar.
It is.
Similar to what we've seen on Guar?
It was like the one on Guar and like the one on the Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Gotcha.
I thought you saw the dragon, or was that in a vision?
I don't think she even ever saw it in a vision, did she?
No.
No, I wasn't there. Like looking through the table.
Guar was the one that
Guar was the one who mentioned. Okay. So we had secondhand experience with the dragon based off of what we were told.
Yeah.
And okay. I was like, one of us talked about it.
Yeah.
Who was it? Guar.
Yep. Guar had described it as being the kind of super weapon of the humanoid monsters, and also the guardian of the portal. But apparently it's not down there now. It's up here. And now it dawns on you guys, we haven't run into humanoid peoples in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And we haven't run into any of them here through this forest. I mean, maybe we got lucky.
I wonder.
But this doesn't look that lucky.
No, I wonder though, because he has a collar on. Maybe we could try to be friends with it, or like make a deal with it or something. To be like, hey, we are super willing to take your collar off if you don't kill us. or the people down in Misty City.
Rylar says, well, I've always wanted to meet a dragon before. That sounds scary to try and make a bargain with it, though, but...
We don't know if the handler is nearby.
What should we do? She can make it super sneaky and we could try and sneak closer.
We could definitely try to do that, but I feel like we should try to, like, barter and offer to kill the person that enslaved him or something.
Yeah, because,
Yes, Rylar?
yeah, because, I love you guys and you're my bestest friends and I would stick with you through, like, almost anything. But if you all insisted on trying to fight that thing, I think I might have to run away.
What do you think,
I would
Lorkris?
veto anybody saying we're going to fight the dragon.
But what happens if we try and talk to it and it wants to eat us?
What do you think, Lorkris?
I actually don't know how much Lorkris actually knows about dragon.
I think I will share that throughout the mainlands, he's heard ancient history of legends and myths of dragons.
20.
They
25 on my history check.
I'm not even. Yeah, I'm just going to tell everybody.
Allow me to regale you all about dragons.
Basically, you guys know enough as adventurers, and you've heard stories, you've heard myths and legends about them. They supposedly were either, hunted. They were basically hunted to such a degree in the mainland that they were driven away, and that any surviving dragons either went to hiding underground into their deep lairs, never to be seen again, or just to, or they flew away to some far off land. This world didn't have a lot of dragons because it's a small planet, it's a small world. But there are legends of them having existed in the history of the mainland, right? And so pretty much about whatever, as adventurers, you would have at least studied some of these things or heard stories from, like, Lady Celasta or, others.
Solana.
Oops, sorry.
Somebody's a bit focused on a different game.
Yeah.
You broke my immersion. I'm just kidding. In terms of their intelligence and being able to reason,
That would be
imagine
your
that's kind of
role,
a-
and your role is where now you can role play with him. Your knowledge as a bard is that they're not. Wyverns are a subspecies of dragon. You know that, and that dragons are known to be as intelligent or more intelligent than your average person.
Like, if you think I'm smart, that thing is probably 20 times smarter than me.
my concern is if we try to reason with it, just because it has a collar on does not mean what it's already doing.
Does not mean what?
It's not, just because it has that collar on does not mean it may not be willing to do what it's already doing.
Oh, yes.
It may not need to be convinced. And for something of that size, I do not feel it is wise to try to bargain with something like that. Either we avoid it, or we prepare to fight it. I don't want to fight it.
I just have to say that I'm pretty sure, even if he wanted to do it, being told what to do is not very fun, and especially as a dragon. So I'm pretty sure if we're like, hey, we'll take that collar off, and nobody can tell you what to do.
Again, you assume that it wants it.
I would if I was a dragon.
We don't know much more about those collars than what we've experienced with Guar is a child who has immense power. This is an intelligent thing.
That's true. Who knows?
I mean, if I didn't care about you so much, I'd let you go talk to the dragon. For you are country.
What
It would taste good with ketchup.
are we gonna do if we don't?
We don't talk to the dragon?
Yeah.
We could try and sneak around it. But
Based on the size of the dragon, does it look far too big to fit inside the ziggurat, like the entrance? Like, I mean, if you're
From
saying it's got
the only
claws
entrance
size
that
of
you
trees-
can see, yes.
Mhm.
The ziggurat is obviously big
Thanks.
enough to house it if there were an opening in the ziggurat big enough to let it through. But
Got it.
the opening that you see at the bottom of it is roughly 10 by 20. 10 feet high and 20 feet wide. So obviously it wouldn't fit through that.
It would fit through that opening. But who knows what's on the other side?
He would probably make his own opening. Be like, and break it.
I mean, if we want to neutralize the dragon, I mean, your idea of encountering whoever is communicating with it or arguably controlling it is our best bet rather than trying to bargain with it in its current state.
I just have to say something, and my heart says that it's going to be okay if we try to bargain with it.
if that's the way Fern feels, I will volunteer to go talk to the dragon.
You are the most charming.
And I speak Draconic.
Oh.
Oh, I think we should all go if she's gonna talk to him, because in case he, I don't want her to go by it by herself, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Lorkris is wise and he's smart, and I understand what he's saying. And but if this is what you guys want to do, I'm not gonna let you go down there by yourself. I know he wouldn't either.
We should have an escape plan, though.
That's a good idea. I don't want to become dragon poop.
I don't think any of us want to, Rylar.
Well, I guess we go talk to the dragon.
I need to look up a spell.
She's looking up a spell.
There's the PHP.
So, then I guess the question I have, do we want to try and sneak down to him and then go walk up and talk to him? Or do we want to just walk all the way down to him from here?
I do think that we should try to sneak.
Hang on. No. Never mind.
What kind of dragons are black dragons usually? Are they like...
Acid? Acid, right?
Yeah, is that what you're... Is out of character, is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dragons are classified as what? Monster? Like,
You mean what fifth ed actually classifies them as? Oh, by the way. They're classified as dragons. That's what I thought. I kind of already knew the answer, but I did want to point out, I do have a model for him.
Ooh, that one.
This is not one of those official ones. I found this elsewhere. I think I found this in an arts and a crafts store, believe it or not.
That's pretty cool. I like it. I like it.
I think it's so cool.
I'm gonna
I like
leave.
how it has highlights of red.
I'm gonna leave him
Yeah,
sitting
leave it.
out here as a sort of a. There you go.
We both did the. Okay. Never mind. Lorkris'
I'm
idea.
gonna put your characters there too, just so you can see the scale.
Oh. Just so we can see our impending doom.
There you
Yeah. Never mind. Lorkris does not have an idea.
The most I can take one person with me for the dimension door. How far can you jump with the jump ring? You get a running
Maybe
start?
about 100 feet. About 100 feet.
And
Not far enough to.
and it flies, right?
It flies.
Well,
I mean,
As long as we stay close, we could try to hide and then sneak into Ziggurat. If he is all looking for us, what we'll do is we'll all scatter, and then we'll get close together. Because Rylar can communicate telepathic stuff, and then we'll all get whatever, and then we'll sneak back in while he's off looking.
are you saying we?
In case he decides that he wants to try to eat us.
I think we should pick one or the other. We either try to make it into Ziggurat without encountering first, or we encounter the dragon before we enter the Ziggurat. One or the other, not on the fly.
No, I mean in case the exit. What's the plan if it goes bad?
Fun.
And then we sneak in while he's looking for us.
By the way, can you guys, on your mic, can you bring the gain up just a tad? Or is it?
Nothing is wrong with the mic?
No. I'm needing a little gain because I'm actually just looking at the audio, and yeah.
Is this better?
It is, thank you.
Okay.
all right, so fingers crossed. We're gonna go talk to the dragon.
Oh.
Yes, Rylar.
So I just want to be clear. We're gonna sneak down there until we get close enough, and then we're gonna go walk out to him and talk to him. And then, if he doesn't eat us, then we're gonna go in. If we can help him, then we're gonna do that. And then if he does want to eat us, we're gonna run away and try and get into the Ziggurat.
Yes,
Okay.
that's my understanding.
He's what are we gonna say?
That got some small talk and ask him about the collar. See if we can maybe remove the collar and be your friend. Sound like a plan?
Okay.
Sure. Sounds great.
Okay.
Lorkris is actually gonna be like, well, we just
Gonna
Be
see all
seeing
four
you.
of us.
yeah, just hey, we'll talk soon. It's like, here we are.
All right.
Listen, I tried to be the voice of reason.
So
in his head, he's like, I tried to be the voice of reason. Let's go away from it. Nope, I'm not gonna leave them though. This dragon is dead if he tries to hurt my friends, but I swear I am not gonna. But if I do, know that it was not because I didn't try not to.
that's what's going on in his head, huh?
Yeah, and
Yep.
he's like, man, I miss the mines now. What a turn of events. He's just like,
So, I take it you're gonna use your pass without trace on everybody. All right.
Yeah.
So, you guys sneak your way through the forest. Unfortunately, there are times when you end up having to touch the slimy, gross. Like there's no way not to. It's just, when you're sneaking. It turns out it's gross, but it's not like toxic or anything. You just, you get used to it. Now you got this weird, stinky, yellowish goo all over different parts of you, and you're like, oh well,
Rylar.
Yeah.
Prestidigitation.
Rylar can prestidigitation you guys yeah, that's right. Afterwards, though, not in the middle of sneaking. So, you make your way down the hillside through the deep thicket, through the forest, kind of following along to the left of that trail, and you guys get probably within half a football field from the creature, where you can see it preening itself, cleaning itself, lazily relaxing in the clearing in front of the ziggurat. And just as you guys were getting yourself all courageous up, ready to step out onto the trail and walk over to it, you see it kind of poking its head up above the trees, sniffing in the air. Fresh meat's here. I wonder if it's who I'm here for. You should come on out now. No use trying to hide. I know you're there. He's like looking right in the direction of where you guys are kind of at. You can tell he can't necessarily see you, but he's obviously scented out where you are.
I look at all three of them and I'm like, I walk out, hands up. And I ask in Draconic, parlay?
What'd you say, Fern?
Fern is holding onto her cloak as she's coming out with them.
All right. So and Rylar will follow right behind.
Like hands up.
And you say parlay?
Parlay in Draconic.
Okay, you step out onto the path, and now see the creature. He hasn't gotten up. He's still just kind of laying down there. Oh. And I take it Lorkris steps up as well, or not?
Yeah, the last. He's just like...
He says, "What have we here? Yes, you fit the description." This deep, just incredibly gravelly, deep, resonating voice. What have we here? Looks like it's not just a tasty snack. You fit the description. Well, come on over here. Don't make me chase you. I'll only make it harder on you if I have to chase you. Kind of lazy that way. He licks his lips.
Well, you can continue to be lazy and just enjoy yourself.
As I would like to say, as he like finishes that statement, Lorkris is gonna mentally think to Rylar, initiate private call, and Lorkris is gonna tell Emillynn things.
What?
You take Fern.
Huh?
If things go south, you take first.
Gotcha.
Make it clear.
Come now. Don't make me chase you. He grins at you. I see. Yes, you do fit the description. The little green elf and her band of merry travelers. You've given my master quite the hard time since you've been traveling these lands. He's not too thrilled with you, but come on over here. Make it easier for me, and I'll make it quick and easy for you.
He didn't seem quite thrilled about how you said master.
You say that out loud?
Yeah, I think she's role-playing it. I'm interpreting it that way as a DM. He says, "Oh, well, who would like to be a slave? Only an idiot."
If we could help you not be a slave. Can we barter?
If I even thought you had that kind of power, what makes you think I would bother bartering with little maggots like yourselves?
We know how to remove that collar.
Is that so?
We've done it before.
Well, let's stop yelling at each other from across the way. Come over here. Don't be shy.
You're not going to eat us, right?
Well, that is my intent. Unless we can come to some sort of agreement. Of course, my master did tell me that I needed to kill you should you come here. And Rylar pipes up and says, Mr. Dragon, I have a question for you. And then the dragon says, questions? Conversation, that's not something I got very often with those damnable goblinoid peoples. All right, what's your question, little maggot? And Rylar says, did your master tell you when you had to kill us? And the dragon thinks for a second. He did not give me a specific time frame, no. Well, then doesn't that mean that we can, talk for a little while first? And the dragon says, I'm rather hungry. He's had me sitting in this spot for some time, and as you have probably seen coming through this forest, there's not too many animals around here, and most of the ones that are in this forest are pretty nasty critters. Still, although my tummy is grumbling, conversation wouldn't be a bad thing if you can prove to me that you have what it takes to remove this accursed collar, and perhaps we can come to some agreement.
As player, with a passive insight of 18, would I know if he is the inflection? Because I'd imagine body language is a little different. I have some body language, but in terms of inflection and tone, would I be able to discern whether or not he's truth in allowing us to have a conversation and not going to try to ambush us if we get closer?
I would say that.
Or can I roll for it?
Well, you can roll for it now that you've asked. Sure, if you want to roll. But if there's a passive for that particular.
Passive insight is 18.
Okay, yeah. If you want to roll to see if you can get better than 18, that's fine.
Okay.
Out of
I do
character,
not.
how did we remove Guar's collar? I'm trying to remember.
I believe it was a combination of dispel magic. Kind of. Yeah, it was. I believe it was a dispel magic aspect.
Okay.
Because we had to dispel it. To
Because our characters would know. Scare myself every time I look at that.
Was it a combination of dispel magic and remove curse?
I'm pretty sure.
I,
You have to remove curse, right?
But it's not a curse. But it was. But I think the remove curse we did it was to remove it to be able to remove it. Banana Tom, remember?
Yeah, I was literally looking in chat for wondering the same thing if Banana Tom remembered. Just how much we appreciate and rely on your knowledge of our so I'm if I remember. I'm honestly having trouble remembering myself, actually. I think it was just...
I know it was a Dispel Magic, but I thought there was something else that went along with it.
Mm-hmm. Jesus Christ.
I'm pretty sure.
I was under the... I don't know.
I think it would all really depend on the nature of what, of like how this one's bonded. I mean, just because it worked, it was one way with Guar doesn't necessarily the same way with this dragon.
Without a doubt, yeah. This would have to obviously have to be something far more powerful than what was on Guar. And I'll say that I'm pretty sure that you guys were able to do Guars with just a Dispel Magic. It was just you needed to get a certain DC. You know, it was you had to get it because if I remember correctly, you had to cast it more than once to pull it off. And I think
the highest level Dispel Magic I can do is a 7th level.
Sixth.
I don't have it prepared.
Let me see, Rylar.
Yeah.
You know? It's pretty sad that I didn't make a note on it.
Yeah, well, I didn't think we were going to be having to remove another collar, so I didn't write it down either.
I just found my note that I wrote to Dax.
So, technically with remove curse, if the object is cursed magic item, curse remains, but the spell breaks its owner's attunement to the object, so or discard. So I would imagine that if we did, especially with this one, we'd most likely have a combination of curse.
Yeah, because we gotta break the attunement.
So actually, we're doing this out of character, and we shouldn't be. So let's get back into it, right? This should be something that we can potentially role play.
Yeah.
So let's get back, as you guys. So we'll get back into it. Where were we at? So yeah, he was basically.
I was.
You were trying to decide on an insight. You can tell that he's probably still in a state of, it obviously thinks that you guys are beneath it, and because of that, it's not in any hurry. It still feels like it can change its mind at any time. It has the power to do so, but you also do sense genuine curiosity from it.
Lorkris is literally what you see here is what he's doing. He's just like, okay. May I have a closer look at the collar?
Well, I suppose that would be. You can definitely do that, but you all are going to have to get closer to do that.
Mr. Dragon, do you have a name?
It is unpronounceable by your subspecies.
Do you have a preferred name we can call you? In the common tongue.
Do you think I'm common enough that I would have a common name?
You wouldn't like the nickname I gave you, I'm pretty sure.
You gave me a nickname, little lady?
Not yet.
While they're yelling, Lorkris is just slowly.
Oh no, I'm
cautiously
saying
just
this as I'm
approaching.
walking towards him.
Okay,
All right.
good. Yeah.
So
We're
there's,
all walking.
you're
making
all
sure.
making your way slowly next to each other, arm in arm, next to the dragon. So we'll just sort of, pretend there's a big ziggurat behind. Maybe this thing is the ziggurat. I don't know, but you guys are all walking arm in arm. It's huddled up next to each other, like you're walking into one of those Halloween haunted houses every October.
I'm gonna ask him how long has he been wearing this collar?
I guess in terms of my kind, not long at all. Probably not in your kind either, but it's just so constraining. It feels like forever, but probably just a few years since I hold that thought. Where'd it go?
I'm fighting so hard not to talk, you guys. She says this out loud. I'm trying.
She says it out loud.
Yeah.
But I'm sure, Fern, you have a lot of questions for our dragon friend, huh?
So many. All the time. This is actually really exciting.
Well, if our dragon friend allows us to examine the collar, then Fern, you can ask him all sorts of questions.
I'm just
Hang on a
worried
sec.
that just because I ask him questions, he's gonna be like, you know what, you are a better snack than a friend. Because I feel like to him,
I forgot what I was saying.
I would be a better
What I was
snack
doing.
than a friend.
Were you looking up something about the dragon
No.
and the collar?
No, all right, what was the... Never mind. I guess I forgot what it was that I was going to look up. Brains do that sometimes. It's really annoying. All right, so you guys are making your way... You've made your way up to, within that closer range of the beast. We were discussing, what, names?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and he's basically taunting you and saying, "You are not worthy to know my name, little maggot."
May I cast Detect Magic to look at the collar?
He kind of moves his mouth closer to you. I might bite. Just kidding. Go for it.
Okay, I cast Detect Magic.
I just ask Rylar what he sees.
Right. Rylar says, "Yeah, that collar's magical." And you guys look at the collar. It looks like a much fancier version of the ones you guys saw before. This one looks like it's a mixture of... I'm trying to think if you guys would... Yeah, it's a mixture of mithril and some other kind of... Your characters haven't. Have your characters seen mithril or does anybody have any?
What does Still Dawn wear?
Right. They wear mithril. Yeah.
And
you've
we
seen-
beat them.
Yeah. And but this looks like a mixture of mithril and some other kind of... The way the collar is put together, it looks like a mixture of mithril and some kind of other kind of slightly darker metal with a kind of a bluish tint to it. Kind of a brushed metal look to it. Something you guys have not seen before. Your character, your people would have dealt in trading metals and ores and stuff, I think, living in the mountains, right?
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead and roll me maybe a nature check.
$21.
you think that the other metal, this thing, basically the mithril part is the flexible part in links, right? Kind of almost like it's made in links. The joints of this thing in sections is this weird other metal that you think might be adamantium. So the collar itself, just by itself, is probably worth like easily 10-20 grand in gold. Even without any magic on it. Although obviously if you guys are able to remove it, you'd ideally be getting rid of its magic, but
So Lorkris, what are you thinking?
Well, I mean,
oh yeah, you're asking what the two of you saw from the detect magic. You see multiple different types of enchantments on it, and so you think what would likely need to happen. Actually, I'm going to let you both roll me a. Was it spellcraft in 5th ed or arcane?
An arcane.
it would be arcane.
Okay, yeah, you can roll arcane.
What else? Adamantium.
Oh,
I mean-
rolled a nat 20.
Oh, okay.
33.
Arguably, I'd have to roll the same thing because religion doesn't make sense for that.
No, it doesn't. Yeah. So, yeah, so what's the total even with a nat 20?
33.
Whenever you can't critically. Oh, 33? Wow. Okay, yes. You're pretty sure this has multiple different enchantments on it. It actually has 2 enchantments and a curse.
Yep.
And actually it has more than 2 enchantments, but only 2. So 2 of the enchantments bind it with basically are what make it enslave the dragon, right? One of the enchantments is what institutes the punishment, right? Like some sort of damaging effect of some kind. And then there's also a curse that binds the 2 bindings together. So if you could pull off 2 dispel, you don't actually, you rolled so damn well on this that you're pretty sure that you don't have to dispel the punishing part. You only have to be able to dispel the bindings and the curse. You just have to do them at the same time.
I imagine like as Emillynn starts talking about what this is, Lorkris immediately starts talking. Well, and then we just talk at each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, yeah. they're just
I'm spewing. It's like, this is what it is, showing off my lovely intelligence.
it's 2 different metals. Clearly that's mithril. But that other bit, what were you saying?
Oh, there's 2 enchantments on this plus a curse. I'm thinking if we can remove the curse and the enchantments at the same time, we should be able to pop that collar.
But does
Yes,
that
Fern.
guarantee that the...
Oh, sorry, Lorkris. My bad.
No, you go first. Mine, I promise, my question is nothing.
Lorkris kind of nods with an approval of like, well caught.
And we go back to talking shop.
Yeah. I mean, just because we can dispel or if we can remove the attunements, does not mean that the collar can potentially physically come off, especially with the combination of
With a combination of what you cut out?
the mithril and adamantium.
Ooh.
We know how resilient they are.
How sharp are your claws? Can they cut through adamantium?
I'm gonna say that's probably a very insulting question for him. Worse than what I was going to ask.
Well, I'm showing my very small intelligence about how sharp they can cut
All this time you guys are having this conversation, he's just fascinated by watching. He's like, well, perhaps I shall have to upgrade you all from maggots to flylings. You have impressed me with your knowledge. To answer your question, my claws would probably have trouble with the adamantium joints of this necklace, but I could easily tear through the mithril if I put my mind to it.
Out of curiosity, with the type of bond that this accursed necklace, as you say, would your master know if this bond has been?
Well, you have looked at the magics that are on it. Does it appear to have any enchantments that would
I'd look at Emillynn.
mystically report back to my master?
There's a punishing enchantment on it, and what was the other one?
The other two are the binding enchantments.
Yeah.
Yeah. Punishing and binding enchantments. Based on my knowledge of the other collar, would I know if it's going to report back to his master?
You don't think it has any. You don't think it's that advanced that it has any kind of long range. Like it could, but you don't think so.
I don't think so, there, friend.
I mean, how much do you care for your master? He's put you in this predicament.
Well, to be clear, he didn't entirely put me in this predicament. It was a bargain I made with the Lord of my world, and it was a poor bargain on my part.
So he lied to you. He lied to you.
No, not really.
Is it itchy under the collar?
It's not comfortable. Sometimes it pains me when I get a bit too argumentative with my master.
Are you going to eat him when you're free?
I don't really hold grudges all that much.
Are you going to be mad at us if we kill him?
Not really. To be honest, I want to go find a tasty meal and find a nice cave to sleep in for a few hundred years. There's an interesting kind of magical energy coming far from the northeast that I'm curious about, though. Who knows?
Shall we go ahead and remove this collar then?
Oh, if you just, by any means, if you intend to just remove it for me.
Well, poor choice of words. We can remove the magic attached to the collar.
Oh, that's what I thought you meant. If you want to do it with no bargain in place whatsoever, be my guest.
Oh, no.
I just want to get by and not be killed.
That's all you wish?
Fern. I feel that we may not want to overextend in ask. However, knowledge is power. Would you be willing to trade knowledge and what's the word? Like amnesty? Like to be no. Like to be left alone. What's the word?
Left alone.
Yeah. I guess.
Oh no, I won't make it that easy on you. To be honest, the more I think about it, the more I would be thrilled that you might. If you think that you can take on my master and do anything to him, it would be interesting to find out if that were the case. I'm indifferent to whether you kill him or he kills you. Again, he has not been a terrible master, and it was a bargain that I went into freely with the being from my world that he made a bargain with. Still, he has taken it on a bit too long. And he has perhaps different plans that might not align with what I want anymore. Which is the only reason why we're having this conversation whatsoever. But I will not give you any extra information about him. You're gonna have to figure that out for yourself. Although I wish I could see the looks on your faces when you do meet him.
Look, who said I was going to ask about your master? Knowledge is power, not necessarily about your master.
I will entertain the conversation. It doesn't mean I'll answer the question. So, is that the only bargain? You want freedom to go your way? I believe that is all you wish.
Please don't eat any of the human settlements.
I knew that you were going to be smarter than that. So, you're asking for me to avoid eating that which I love to eat, yourselves and your human settlements in the other parts of the island.
Yes. Well.
Tell you what, this will be my bargain to you. All I want to do is to get out of here, go find some fat, juicy cattle wandering somewhere, find a cave to rest in after I've checked out that strange magical energy in the distance. And once I've done that, I'm gonna want to sleep it off. And I'll do that. He scratches under his chin. 100 years. I'll. What is now you're making me want to figure out what that word is, buddy.
Yeah, like.
Let's see if anybody in chat figured it out.
So we want him to be like Switzerland?
No, he's like, oh yeah. So I'll remain neutral in my cave for 100 years. In which case, if I wake up and come out, I'm gonna eat whatever I want. If I wake up before that 100 years, then I won't eat you or your friends. If you can get this collar off. Unless we cross paths again, then I might change my mind.
101. And he cracks a smile. Lorkris cracks a smile. Like.
All right, I like your style. Any other convincing you all have? I'm gonna have all you guys roll persuasion checks.
26.
And what do you say with that 26?
Just to be clear, no eating us or any of the... I start naming off all the cities in the tower. No eating anybody there.
We'll make it simple for you, little flyling. I won't eat any humanoid creatures on this island for 101 years. Because I like his joke. I like his sense of humor. For a flyling.
I will allow my joke that Lorkris made, which is crazy, to apply to that 20.
To the, okay.
Does that work?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And what are you saying? What was it you said? I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just making it clear that...
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. No eating any of the humanoids on this.
And he says, all right, but there's one caveat here. You get one shot at this. You fail, I'm gonna gobble you up immediately. Because, you'll probably work better under pressure, right?
Lorkris will turn to Emillynn and go, Emillynn, would you consider the triumvirate humanoid.
I don't think
And
onions
see-
are tasty though.
In saying that, I want to kind of see what the dragon's response is. If he has an indifferent, like, how does he respond to hearing that? Neutral? Does he?
He
have
doesn't
any
seem to have any
response?
reaction at all. Like he doesn't even know what you're talking about.
I imagine undead are not that tasty.
And out of character, yeah, technically speaking, when he's talking about humanoids, he's talking about like regular people who are alive. He wouldn't want to eat bones. So, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but Lorkris is fishing for information without asking.
Right. No, I gotcha.
Yeah.
You don't seem to get any reaction at all when, from that.
I don't know. You said you want to go explore the east?
Northeast, yeah. I
You
sense
talking
something
about that
interesting.
storm? Is it that storm?
Well, the storm is farther to the east.
So who's gonna do what for this collar thing?
Oh, well. I know what Lorkris can do. To remove her.
I will dispel magic.
Yeah.
So, we're gonna have to work together on this, aren't we?
Yes.
So, do you guys... No wonder my master was concerned about all that you all were able to accomplish. From what I remember, the humanoids, they've been ordered to kill all of you and bring the little green one to him. But
Why?
I don't know. I don't ask why. I'm the slave, right? I'm the one that lost my bet in my bargain. So, here's the thing. He had told me to just go ahead and kill you all. So apparently he's doesn't even care anymore about trying to capture that one anymore. So you've become a wrinkle, a thorn in his side, which
Good.
gives me a little bit of delight, I must say.
Me too.
I'm wondering how he knew we would make it over here. For you to be here.
He brought me out of the depths of the cave to guard this ziggurat only a few days ago. He has his ways, I suppose. He sees a lot. So perhaps
Probably scries.
perhaps he keeps his tabs on you. Perhaps this was just a lucky coincidence. I don't know.
Fern, did you have anything you'd like to add? Rylar?
Well, Mr. Dragon, are you like after we get the collar off, are you like in a rush? Can we like Lorkris said, we're not going to necessarily ask you for questions about your master if you don't want to tell us, but, we'd like to ask you some questions and chat for a little while if you're up for it. And he's like, that would be acceptable for a little while.
Fern?
Let's get this collar off first.
All right.
Before Fern changes.
So how are we gonna do this? I assume you're gonna want me to claw the mithril part at the same time, like right after you all have cast your spells. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that how that would work?
Well, if I
We'd
do
have
it
to do all
before, then the collar is going to cause me great pain.
Yes. But
Or
would having to physically break the collar at the same time as spelling matter? Would we be able to remove first to spell and then he could, right? Or would
The dragon says,
have to have
I
something?
suspect that there will be a short period of time after you've done your mystical acts that I'll need to break it. If not, then the enchantments will probably reactivate.
Oh, I bet you're so excited to scratch.
You have no idea, little girl.
If you want help scratching those parts, I got you, okay?
You would do that, little flyling?
Yeah. I know you think that we're nothing but flies, but I think you're pretty cool. And I would be willing to scratch that help.
He's like, I might have to upgrade you, we'll see.
All right, Lorkris, are you ready?
No. Yes. It's like, no.
So
yeah.
wait a minute, who's doing what?
I'm dispelling magic.
Well, that's only gonna get one of them. You want me to do the other one, and then he's gonna do the remove curse?
Yeah.
I have nothing I can contribute right now. I check.
Okay. I think setting it up and just kind of like directing, I would imagine to be like, okay, cool, you ready? You got your claws hooked, ready to go?
Before we
And when you stand here,
you
yeah,
should
yeah.
inspire us, and play the dragon a song. And play us a song, because then we will get a better roll. And you know what? I'm gonna cast guidance on all of us too.
Guys, this is what, a D4?
Right? Doesn't guidance? I think I have guidance. Yeah. Doesn't guidance give you
I was gonna cast Dispel Magic at 7th level.
Right. And he's gonna cast. I'm assuming you're casting it at 6th level, right?
I'm
Remove
gonna
curse?
cast the
Or no?
remove curse.
Remove curse is
Yeah,
a lower
I mean,
level
I
spell.
just it's a lower level spell, but I mean, in terms of casting with intent, I would give it everything I got.
Right. Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah.
So Rylar
there's no
says.
benefits for casting a higher level.
All right. So Rylar, he says, when the time is right, may goo spew all over you. That's his guidance.
Wait, what?
When the time is right, may goo spew all over you.
Nice.
Out of character, looking at Remove Curse, you can't actually cast it at a higher level.
Oh, okay.
It's just 3rd level.
No, that's what he knows that. He was just saying he's going to do it with great intent
Oh, okay.
and
So-
intensity.
So, in the context of technicality, I could use a 6 spell slot cast remove curse, though it does no additional benefit. But in the spirit of giving it the best chance, casting
Okay.
it 6, like that's the,
All right.
gotta
Everybody
put
ready?
A little more into it. Yeah, I guess so.
Fern's just sitting there.
The dragon's got his claw on the collar.
Everybody ready?
Rylar's like, I'm ready.
3, 2, go!
You guys cast the spells all at the same time. The dragon looks you guys in the eye and says, I changed my mind. Just kidding. for a split second. And he basically claws through the collar and it falls to the ground.
Are you ready for scratches now?
He's like, oh yeah.
And then Fern's gonna go up and scratch too.
He's like, are you actually touching me? I can't tell. You're so tiny.
So,
I'll use a stick.
so being as close as he is, Lorkris up in that space, he's gonna, visually look. I'd imagine there'd be some chafing.
Yes.
Yeah. Lorkris will give a couple of lay on hands pool as kind of like an
Like an
running his
ointment.
hand over the area.
Like a magical ointment.
Yeah. Yeah, just like I recognize it, like, oh, that must not feel.
He's like, oh, that's so much better. Wow, I didn't realize that was gonna be that much better. Ooh, that was worth it. Oh yeah. Oh. You see one of his paws going.
And Fern's is like using her stick.
Yeah.
Scratch this dragon.
Though I imagine the number is not particularly significant, but I used 10 points on land hands pool in that context of
That much? Okay. Like he's not actually hurt, so.
yeah. I mean, it comes back pretty quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's right. He comes back from a short rest.
I believe so.
Okay.
Where are you? I just had it. It's a long rest, but I have 30 points. So, I mean, I've only used 10.
That's much better. Feels good to be free. He was gonna. Oh, I remember now what I was wanting to look up.
Would he be able to fit into the tree that we came through?
No.
Where the skittering horror was? No?
No.
No. Oh, never mind.
I mean, he could probably crawl and squeeze into it. Yeah, but
not comfortably.
Yeah. No, not at all. He says,
Also not recommended.
honestly, this is, you've done a great thing, little ones. You notice he didn't call you flylings or maggots. He just little ones. You've done a great thing for me. The master was going to, when I did this last thing for him, he was going to send me back to the Ravage World, is what he calls it. He was going to go back through the portal to the Ravage World. Or at least that's what he claimed. He claimed he was going to reopen it and send me back through. But who knows? Now I don't have
You
to go
miss it
back
there?
there. To be honest with you, I didn't really want to go back there because the Lord of our world, he's even more unforgiving. So I'm kind of happy. Also the land there is pretty tainted, pretty much a wasteland. It's pretty awful. I mean, I do get to eat as many, hobgoblins as I want, but you get tired of the same food all the time. You know what I mean?
I'm pretty sure beef would taste better than hobgoblin. Because
Oh,
I've smelled the hobgoblin and they're pretty stinky, so I imagine they don't taste very good.
yeah, you're right. I'm looking forward to that for sure. I'm looking forward to this world. I think maybe one day when our bargain is completed, I might just decide to rule this world. Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
To rule this world?
Yeah.
Well,
That's a lot of work that you've got to put in.
That is true.
Just go eat a few leaders, a few kings, topple some governments. Won't be too hard.
That sounds like a lot of work.
I mean, if you want to get a jump start, there's the Triumvirate.
Who's that? Is that who you work for? Some competitor of yours, something?
No.
No, they're
It's
one
the
of the
undead.
competing powers.
Have you not encountered the undead horde yet?
I know of some undead to the east, I suppose, near the storm area. The master didn't talk too much about that stuff.
Well, if your plan is to rule this world, you might want to start with them. They plan to try to start.
Oh, is that so?
He needs to rest first, though.
I mean, like from your passive insight, you get the sense that his "oh, is that so?" was holding information back, like he knows something that he's not letting on. He's like, oh, my neck feels so much better. Oh.
Yes, Fern, do you have a question?
I do. What is this place? Do you know what the ziggurat is for?
Oh yeah, this This was some sort of I believe this was a ancient civilization of the Gloam Elves.
The Gloam Elves.
Yeah.
What are the Gloam Elves?
What?
What are those guys?
Well, they're nothing now. They're just literally shadows of their former selves. If you go inside the Zaggorath, you're going to find the remnants of them.
Are they the same ones or same remnants that inhabit the deep woods?
I don't know much about the deep woods. The master had me basically down in the caves for the longest time. Which is another reason why I was happy to be freed from the collar. I was actually kind of happy that he brought me up here for this last mission. Still wasn't looking forward to going back to the Ravage world.
Is it that bad of a world?
Well, I mean, there's just nothing much there. It's... You know. I guess... when chaos and mayhem and darkness rules the land, sucks a lot of the fun out of things.
Yes, Fern.
Forgot.
Rylar, do you have any questions?
Yeah, so, Mr. Dragon, do dragons poop? And the dragon says, I might have to downgrade you guys back to flylings with questions like that.
Lorkris is gonna mentally talk to Rylar to get everyone's attention. He knows more about the Triumvirate than he's letting on. Maybe not much, but something.
And Rylar says, I'm sorry, Mr. Dragon. I was just curious because, I figured that you probably did, but,
I have a question for you.
Yes.
That magic that you're sensing over in that direction, is it like big magical presence or small magical presence?
Well, I don't know. If it were small, I probably wouldn't sense it.
Okay.
That's why I'm curious about it.
I'm curious about it too. Yes, Fern.
Are you sure you don't know anything about the Triumvirate?
Fucking bird. Just... So I started blasting.
He's all like,
Are you sure?
he says,
And she's scratching his neck all nice and stuff.
Well.
We're not going to tell.
They have their agenda,
Do you know what it is?
Not really. They just have their own agenda.
But they're not working with like your old master, right? Are they working together?
My old master? You mean the dark demigod from Ravage World?
The dark demigod from I'm talking about the person that put the collar on you.
Oh, my master. That's right, he's not my master anymore. I see what you mean there, little one. Yeah, no. I don't know. Why would they be working together?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
I want to insight check his... I don't know.
Roll it.
Yeah.
My passive insight's 21.
24. Right? Hang on. Insight plus. Yeah, 24.
Also roll an insight check.
Sure.
22.
You can tell he's still being cagey, but you're not sure if he really knows anything more. Or if he does, that he's still holding something back.
Question.
Mm.
You know how there's this barrier over the top of the mountain and stuff? I'm pretty sure I already know the question or the answer, but I want to ask anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, I'm stupid. I'm a stupid little maggot and stuff, right?
Oh, well,
Can
don't.
you fly
You know,
over the mountain?
I may think of you as a maggot, but you should never think of yourself that way.
Well, I'm just trying to appeal to your ego, that's all.
Well, at least you're honest about it, little one.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm pretty honest. A lot of people get really weirded out by it, but I can't help it.
You give me a chuckle, little one. What's your question?
Can you fly over the mountain where the barriers and stuff? Do you know anything about that?
Well, let's just say that barrier has existed for a very long time, I suspect. Way longer than I've been here, obviously.
But
And,
can you fly over it?
well, you have to get through it to get over it. I can probably brute force my way through it, yes. But very, very, very little would be able to.
I'm out of questions that are kind of relevant. I could probably ask him like what his favorite colors and stuff is, but I'm pretty sure he won't like those questions. What is your favorite color?
Probably red.
To match your nails?
Well, they're almost always red with the blood of my victims. So, yeah.
That's pretty cool. My favorite color is green. Because I like moss and stuff.
Well, I suppose one day when I eat you, that'll be good to know. You'll give me lots of
probably
fiber.
will- Yeah. You know, the thing is, like, I also like, you know, I'm covered in like fungus and stuff too.
So it'd
I
be
call
like
it
having a
fart,
salad,
so it probably
right?
wouldn't be very tasty.
Eating you would be like having a salad then.
That's true.
So this is your first time above ground, out of the mines?
Not the first time, just didn't happen very often.
Ooh.
Especially the last couple of years, I was kind of stuck down there doing double duty for the master's plans.
I know this is completely off topic, and I do apologize, but I can't help but wonder. I know your stories, dragons to have horns.
I didn't hear what.
What do you like to? I understand dragons like to have of
Hordes.
things. What do you like to hold? Not where is it, but what?
Arigato gozaimasu. Thank you for that. He says, well, I was a bit different than my normal kind. Hoarding wasn't really my thing, like most dragon kind. But I suppose I honestly, in my lair, I like to hoard the bones of my victims.
I have the feeling you were going to say that.
You did?
I did. I feel so closely bonded to you now. Like you're like a friend or something. Like I felt it in my heart that that was your answer.
Oh, go and roll me a persuasion check.
Oh no. I am not charming. Like my stats.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It's not horrible.
11.
I mean, he's
Oh,
indifferent to it then. He finds it interesting. So, you were playing that music earlier.
Yes. Would you like me to play again?
It was quite impressive for a little humanoid being. Not too bad.
The best.
Lorkris is rummaging in his pack.
What is Lorkris looking for?
Are you gonna play?
Bones.
Yes, I will play.
Roll. You're looking for bones?
I saw the T-Rex teeth.
Mm.
Don't know if it's like
Nah. I mean, it's up to you.
no.
25.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. He's like, that's something I could get used to. Yes. When I conquer this world, I'm definitely gonna make you the leader of all the musical, people of the world, and you all are gonna regale me with wonderful songs whenever I want.
I mean, we could just be friends and you could ask us. We're pretty cool.
Mm.
I start playing the Imperial March now.
Lorkris' eyes randomly just turn red. Supercell initiated.
I don't know if we want to take a pause or anything.
Yes, I think now's a good spot to take a
I
break,
have to
a
pee,
pee
and she
break.
runs off.
Yeah. It's just like, okay, you're super cool and stuff, but I have to go pee now. So I'll be back. We can talk in a minute.
Thank you
Yes,
so much for the
definitely.
raids, Wookiees and Cookies earlier. Thank you so much for that raid, and thank you Goblins and Warlocks. Thank you for the raid.
Yes, thank you, Wookiees and
Oh
Cookies, for the
wow,
raid.
Goblins and
Warlocks.
Warlocks, and we got a raid from him and
Wookiees and Cookies, yes.
and Wookiees and Cookies. Wow, arigato gozaimasu for the raids. Amazing. Thank you.
Woo, thank you. Bomb de Fure. And Rusty
First time
Tonic,
chatters.
Thank you for the chatter.
Rusty Tanya or Tonic? I can't quite read. Tonics?
Tonic.
Tonics?
That's a cool name, Rusty Tonics. I like it. Bombe de la Fleur. Bombe de la Fleur. I love it. It's wonderful. First time chatters. It's good to have you.
Hey, Spiper.
Spiper's here as well. Lord Spiper.
Okay, BRB.
KKK. Insomnia Night! How are you, sir? It's so good to have you again. Yesterday was amazing. Thanks again for being on Bandwidth and Banter. Interviewing you was a pleasure and an honor. Eating tacos. Oh my God, now I'm hungry for a taco. I made dinner for StarkitTy and I tonight. We had jasmine rice with black beans, vegetarian sausage, and I added jalapenos to mine. And then of course we put some olive oil and some seasoning on it. It was a healthy meal. Not quite as exciting as tacos, to be honest, but true. Anything with good rice is tasty for sure. Yes. Chat time. We like to, for the intermission, have a chat with you folks and see what's going on with you all. Thank you all for being here with us. What do you all think about Mr. Dragon? He's a bit of a character. Between you and me, guys, since they're all gone, he's still considering eating them. He's not sure quite yet. They did do him a solid though, so he'll probably stick to his bargain. As long as they don't irritate him too much. Just finished some egg fried rice. Ooh, nice. Yeah, there's a local Thai place near us that make some great chicken fried egg rice, and we asked them to add a level 1 Thai spice to it, and now my mouth is watering just thinking about it. The fungus thing might have thrown him a bit. Adventures are tasty, and what better way to get that treasure hoard started? Yep. Again, though, this guy's obviously, you can tell from the conversation, he's a bit of a rebel. He's an outcast. He's an outlier kind of dragon, not your typical kind of dragon. You prepped it at home. Ooh, nice. This guy, he obviously had some sort of bargain bet with the dark demigod of his ravage world, is what he calls the place that he comes from, and apparently that involved becoming a pet to his master, who he's being cagey about. So we'll see. I forgot what I was gonna say. Solasta was a lot of fun last night. What did you guys think about that? It was lots of fun. It was interesting playing an actual computer RPG that uses 5th edition rules. They're kind of loose 5th edition rules, but for the most part. Great. Got to finally bust out my Goblin Artificer during Goblet's game tonight. Ooh, fantastic. Love the setup. Thank you. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Here, I'll show off the different screens we have. It's honestly, it's not as technologically advanced as like Goblins and Warlocks, and definitely not as super high tech as Insomnia Nights, but it's fun. We got the, I'm not gonna do the starting scene soon. We have the, what we call the RP scene, where you get to see, obviously us chatting with each other. You get to see the play mat. You get to see the map. And then we have the, here's the combat mat scene, which we like to show off. Obviously, when it's time to, as it says down there, roll for initiative. We have the full map scene for when I want to show off the map that I created for Frontier Isle, which is what they're currently involved in exploring. And of course we have the dual cam for when we get into some just deep role playing. And then, of course, back to the intermission here. We have our be right back scene we don't really use. But time for me.
Cool?
Oh, thank you. You like
so
the map?
cool.
I appreciate that.
Stormy created that himself.
Yeah, although I gotta admit that I've seen some of the maps that the other guys have created, and I'm super impressed and stuff. Like the Incarnate map that I saw the other day from Goblins and Warlocks was even better. He used our Incarnate, the tool. I used Wonder Draft for mine. Yeah, this one. This one was Wonder Draft. Whoops, that's not it. That was the wrong one. There we go. I clicked the wrong one. Yeah, this map was created in Wonder Draft.
I'm excited to start drawing maps.
I know, right? For future Phase 2 campaign, whatever.
Yeah. More and it's funny. Drew and I talked about that. Definitely like world maps, city maps. Excited.
Thank you, Rusty. Thank you. Yeah. City maps, world maps. Yeah, that's true. I agree. I'm gonna go take my quick break now that these guys have your attention.
Now are stuck with us.
You mean stuck with you?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I'm sure Stormy asked you guys, but how was your guys' game? Was it good?
Was it a total party wipe, or did you guys do lots of role playing?
We somehow managed to survive this dragon.
Oh, really? We get a shout out for
Okie
Rusty
dokie.
Tonics?
On it.
Look at that. Thank you, Druid.
Oh, we okay. Little bit about us. We are really big on supporting other streamers. And you know, we want to support people that in our communities that love other stream stuff. So like, you know, it's what we do. It's what we got to do that around here.
Yeah. We like to uplift, support us all.
Viper, what ingredients do you have? And what cookies have you made so far?
Man.
Look at this person and this person. Just
Someone say cookies and Wookiees.
yes. Also, go follow Wookiees and.
Yes, Wookiees. Spiper is contemplating making more cookies, so we gotta help him figure out what cookies to make.
What kind of cookies are you making for Wookiees?
I could go for some chocolate chip.
Peanut butter?
Oh, peanut
Ooh,
butter
you
is
know those,
good.
like-
Peanut
You know
butter
what's really
chocolate
good is
chip.
I was gonna say you make like they're called peanut butter blossoms. So what you do is you make peanut butter cookies, and then like when they get close to the end, what you do is you add a Hershey's Kiss in the center, and then you put them back in the oven. You finish baking. Oh, so good. I love Snickerdoodle. But
But I'm drawing. Snickerdoodles are the bomb diggity. They are.
Snickerdoodles are
Coffee
so good.
cookies.
Snickerdoodles
That
are
sounds yummy.
Yeah. Absolutely. But yummy.
Viper, what's your favorite cookie?
Fate's favorite cookie is a Wookiees and cookies.
Yes. Absolute facts. The Hershey's cookies go right to my thighs. That's funny. Coffee ones turned out well. Ooh, with vanilla icing to
Ooh.
go with them. That sounds yummy. That sounds very yummy.
Now I'm gonna have to look up a coffee cookie recipe.
Thick thighs save lives, though. So, just saying. I love coffee. It is an amazing coffee. Can't, you know, support the cause.
Join the burp cult.
Harry Shenanigans, what's up, good people?
Whoa, is Harry Shenanigans here too?
Oh, a
I've got a
croissant
light up
cookie.
there. Oh, a croissant cookie? Say less.
Wait, what?
Hello,
This is where
Harry.
we get our complimentary snooze.
Ooh, croissant cookies. That sounds really yummy.
Croissant cookies? Isn't a croissant sort of already a bread cookie?
Well, it's a
I mean-
pastry.
Yeah.
I could see how doing like layering it like croissant, but like the croissant, and it, like when you're like layering the butter and stuff, you do like almonds and chocolate chip cookies and the layers, cut them cookies. like fluffy, buttery croissant with like.
Want a bite?
What are you eating?
I'm hungry
It's
now.
one of those
I don't know.
blueberry muffins, and I
Question.
put
Can you
peanut
make
butter
that
on it.
without forgetting
No,
the
I'm
ice
good.
cream?
You sure?
Mhm.
Okay. I'll just talk about food is making Druid hungry.
Yeah. Sorry, I just fired shots. We're gonna have a conversation after today. I'm in trouble.
Uh-oh. I missed it.
Oh, I asked her because she's all super excited and hungry about the croissant things, and I asked her if she could make it without forgetting.
If she can make
Unlike
what
last
without
time,
what?
without forgetting the ice cream, because she made the Swedish chocolate thing and forgot the ice cream.
It was a chocolate cake. It was an
Yeah,
ESO. It was an ESO recommendation that
I
I
know.
didn't forget.
You did.
Which still, a year later, I'm still getting picked on for it.
It's okay, Druid. Many years ago, I made chocolate chip cookies for my family, but I forgot the egg,
Oh!
and my brothers still don't let me live that down.
You're lucky she made anything. That's fair. That's
Yeah.
fair. That's
Yes.
pretty funny.
Because normally when I bake cookies, they're always like the chewy chocolate chip cookies. But apparently, if you leave out the egg, they turn into like the Chips Ahoy, like crunchy cookies.
Oh, yeah.
Crunchy dry. Yeah.
Yes.
€100 on an Easter egg? What sort of freaking egg was that?
Huh?
Is it made of gold?
Looking one.
Fabergé egg.
Oh, Fabergé egg. Yeah.
I think you might need to add a few more zeros if it were a Fabergé egg. As in, like, at least 6 more. Well, maybe not $100 million, but yeah.
I mean, there's plenty of zeros that happen to the right of the decimal. I mean, so you ask for zeros, you get them.
True.
Yes.
Hmm.
Eggnog tasting cookies.
I am currently eating a some sort of brand of frozen vegan blueberry muffin, and then I put some peanut butter on top of it. And because it's frozen and you have to nuke it, the peanut butter melted on top of it, so it's like icing, peanut butter icing.
That sounds yummy.
Spiper, I think the best way to get like an eggnog like flavor cookie is making like a pretty cookie where it has a divot, and then you can make like an eggnoggy custard to put on, like do like a dollop on top.
Ooh, that
Or
sounds good.
eggnog, like icing,
Yeah.
That too.
just to like glaze them.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Or
a
dip them.
glaze.
Yeah, but like a
That's
custardy.
just make cookies. That's how you make. I am not friends with the Girl Scouts. They are my enemy because
And their cookies aren't as good as they used to be.
cookies. Yeah, it's been a long time since I had Girl Scout cookies. Chocolate's out 3 centimeters thick and the size of an ostrich egg.
I remember seeing pictures.
The Illuma cookies.
Wow, that sounds crazy, Banana Tom. The
So,
Girl
I
Scouts
would
are the
imagine,
Luma
like-
cookies?
Shortbread.
Shortbread.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shortbread, like a neutral shortbread, or you could even make like a spiced sugar cookie that would complement that, like the eggnog icing,
Would you like a
I
cinnamon?
mean,
like a cinnamon cookie.
if
a
Spiper can
cinnamon
figure out
nutmeg
an
cookie.
eggnog icing, then he could put like that eggnog icing on a cake, brownies, all sorts of stuff.
I'm
We need
traumatized.
photos.
I'm traumatized by eggnog.
Yeah.
Um,
Secret baked good, Baron.
Traumatized by eggnog, why is that?
it sounds like when you're steaming eggnog for like an eggnog latte, it sounds like it's summoning a demon from the depths of hell. So it's like, and also if you spill eggnog because it's like oily, so if you were to drop eggnog onto the floor, the cleanup is hours and hours of just near death slip, trips, and falls. It's just
Wow. I have a trauma of eggnog just because I don't like the name. It sounds disgusting to me. Eggnog. What is that? It sounds, I don't know. It just sounds gross to me. Eggnog.
The cookie conspiracy.
It's like, I don't know, because it's got egg. Like, I like eggs, but I don't like the idea of egg in my drink. So the idea of eggnog, it just sounds disgusting to me.
Yeah.
It's weird. I know. I totally know. I totally get this.
I actually don't. I don't like eggnog at all.
Yeah.
I don't like the flavor. It's just too thick.
Well, that's
I
the
can take it or leave
texture.
it.
That's just me.
Yeah, I could take it or leave it. But I think I would definitely try the eggnog cookie though, because that's like, it's a different kind of like, it's a different experience.
Yeah.
So I'd be willing to try it.
Yeah, because
You
I like custard.
Yeah.
See, that's another thing. I like. I don't like the idea of custard either. Ugh.
It's just an egg pudding.
Right. Exactly. You.
Eggs.
You guys talking about pudding makes me think of one of my dessert my grandmother would make every Christmas, and for my dad's birthday, trifle. That was some good stuff.
Custard equals disgusting. So then I imagine, Banana Tom, your favorite thing is or rather your least favorite thing is a banana custard.
And
Toast
yeah.
in the peel.
Yeah. In Wookiees and Cookies, yes, you're right. It is it's a texture thing. Yeah, for both of it's a texture thing for sure.
Yeah, he said it was a banana custard that started it all. So, custard and banana, and like banana custard, that's like yep, I remember Banana Tom. I remember.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember. I think there's another reason why. Now that I think about it, I have sort of a similar phobia with Banana Tom, but it didn't go as far. Is I once accidentally, there's a difference between a pumpkin pie and a pumpkin custard pie, and I had a really, really awful. My first and only experience with a pumpkin custard pie was a really awful experience. And so from then on, my idea of custard was disgusting in any way, shape, or form. So, but it didn't turn me off to pumpkin because pumpkin pie is delicious.
I love pumpkin pie.
It's actually a pudding.
Yeah, I know.
Pumpkin pie with whipped cream on top.
It annoys me that pumpkin pie is basically only available, seasonally.
What are you talking about? I can bake you one anytime you want one.
Well, that's true. That's
Yeah,
true.
they have unlimited cans of pumpkin pie at the store.
Okay, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, but
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think that's part of the reason why, in a way, I like it as much as I do, is because like it is definitely one of those seasonal, kind of like dessert treats. So like when that season comes around, I'm all,
Makes sense.
And then it, but
Yeah, it's a psychological thing, huh? For sure.
Insomnia Nights, I just said my favorite word, cheesecake. I love cheesecake.
Yeah.
I was waiting for when my bandwidth and banner for you guys to ask me a cake or pie. I would have been like cheesecake.
That's okay, iRock. We'll love you anyway. In fact, we love you because you like things that are different than what we like. That's the neat thing about us. I think if we all always liked the same thing all the time, it would be a boring world.
Man, Insomnia Night, you and I would get along. I love red velvet cake too.
Yep. She does.
berry cobbler.
Ooh, cobblers.
All right, we need to
Okay, back
Yeah.
to the game.
change this subject. Yeah.
I imagine everything that we're saying is
Wow, did you just?
probably a custard.
Yeah.
Maybe a maybe maybe a smoothie. How could I eat them?
Haggis. Oh my God, he really knew how to break that. Now I'm not hungry.
I don't know what that is.
We got started talking on food because Spiper was like, I want to make cookies, but I don't know what to make. And that's how it started.
Did Spiper finally decide what he's making before we continue on?
Peanut butter chocolate chip cookies.
I like it. Classic.
And not necessarily
if you
peanut
make
butter
like a- if
cookies
you
with
make-
chocolate chips, but make chocolate chip cookies, but use chocolate chips mixed with peanut butter chips. That's the way she does it.
Yep.
It's actually delicious.
Or the other way that
But
you could
since
do
you
it.
said you have coffee and everything, if you make a double chocolate cookie and you add coffee to it, the coffee enhances chocolate flavor. Just saying.
Just saying, yeah, my favorite ice cream ever, I don't know if, I guess we're back on the subject again, but my favorite ice cream ever is cappuccino chunky chocolate from Brahms. And it's a coffee ice cream with these huge chunks of dark chocolate in it. And it is the most incredible tasting dessert you ever put in your mouth. Even if you're not a coffee fan, this was long before I ever liked coffee. This stuff though, cappuccino chunky chocolate, is just delicious. It's addictive. I had a friend of mine who loved it even more than I did, and he admitted to me once that he bought a half gallon and ate it all in one sitting and made himself sick.
Yeah. Usually when we go visit his family in Oklahoma, where Brahms is popular, we do stop by Brahms.
Yeah.
At least once on that trip.
Yeah, but since I don't really do dairy anymore, unfortunately, I can't have the cappuccino chunky chocolate anymore. So, they have really good crinkly fries. I like their crinkly fries.
Ooh, that sounds like fun, I rock. Yeah, we are tentatively planning a European vacation. We
Yeah, at
don't
some
know
point.
when, but it's tentatively
Yeah,
planning.
I don't know if it'll be a vacation, but it'll be a trip too. But we definitely got some priorities. We definitely need to make it to a certain West Coast location first. But but then after that, sky's the limit. Japan is one of our big go-to first places for vacation. We also want to go to a TwitchCon in Europe in the future, so yeah. We have lots of plans and lots of things. We gotta make and find the time and the money and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. There is a cat cafe close to where we are.
A cat cafe, As if we didn't already have another reason to go to a certain West Coast location.
Really? There's a cat
Also a
cafe?
D&D bar nearby.
We actually have a D&D bar and restaurant near us called Emerald Tavern.
But no, I actually had a coworker of mine recently go to a cat cafe, and I was like, I'm gonna pull this out of my back pocket randomly these days.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is.
Whoop, there it is.
I didn't know there was such a thing as a
Druid
cat
pulling
cafe.
the,
What you just
cat out of her.
They have
You
them
just
in
go-
Japan.
you go to a cafe and you drink out of
just
little cat
cats.
skulls? What?
No, there's just actual cats around. It's a cat
Yes.
cafe.
Myself, Druid, and Bobo
I like
are all gonna
Stormy's
go.
idea better.
I actually like cats too, so I like cats and dogs. I don't think I have a preference to either one 100%.
I like birds.
I know, and that's good.
Okay.
Okay, guys, thank you for letting us entertaining us during our intermission. We're gonna.
And Spiper, whatever cookies you decide to make, take pictures and post them in Discord.
Yes.
I want to see what you made.
Yes, agreed. Thank you all so much for joining us this wonderful, fine evening for episode 54. We're going to jump back into the story, and you guys stick around and enjoy the rest of the show tonight.
Y'all.
Oh, I see what you did there, Banana Tom. Food for thought.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Dragons will be hungry now. Thanks.
Well, the dragon
Give
just
DM
ate.
ideas.
The dragon just ate?
Yeah, the dragon just had a snack.
Yeah.
Well,
So, you guys are sitting there
second breakfast?
chatting with the dragons, trying to come up with more ways to get some intel from him. Thank you.
All three of us are like,
I think I'm gonna have to hand this over to you. Yes, go check out Ares. Check out all them wonderful streamers that have joined us tonight. Check them out. Check them out. Especially Druid and Fate too. Check them out. All right. Support your local streamer. Now,
Support your worldwide streamers.
yes, worldwide streamers.
while you're back in that area, still chatting with the dragon. You wouldn't say that you've befriended him, but you've definitely achieved
We earned an achievement.
a safe neutrality.
Achievement unlocked.
Yeah. So, as you all are chatting with him, coming up with more questions, think about more questions to try and draw out any potential knowledge from him, that might be useful to you. Although it does sound like, for the most part, he was kind of kept literally in the dark, and learned some stuff for a few years just by listening and whatnot. But Rylar pipes up and raises his hand again, and says, "I got another question for you, Mr. Dragon." And the dragon looks at him with a little side eye and says, "All right, little one, but if your question is as stupid as the last time, I might bite your head off." Rylar thinks for a second. He's like, He's thinking.
I have a question for you. Yours is the third caller we've seen. Should we expect any more?
He's thinking hard if he wants to answer this question. Thought a second. Well, since I probably won't see what you did there. Since I probably won't ever see you again, if you intend to continue on with your journey and meet my master, well, former master now, thank you very much, face to face, you're likely tromping off to your doom. So, guess there's no harm in sharing a few details, although I'm not going to spoil the surprise. I will say this. When he brought me back up from the portal down there, he indicated that most of his work was already done, I believe. So he needed me more here just to make sure. And so, I believe that's why he also sent the rest of the humanoid army back through the portal. Actually, out of character, what was your actual question? Because I don't know if I actually even answered that.
You didn't, but you gave us more information.
No, I know I did that, but what was the actual question?
I asked him, it's like, we've seen 3 of these callers. Should we expect any more?
Right. He says, "Oh wow, that wasn't even really your question, was it?" So, from what I saw, Mine was the most advanced version of those collars, and I think there were only 3 of them on 3 different beasts. Of course, you probably need to look out for an old dinosaur out there somewhere.
Yeah, that was the
No,
second one
he's
we
dead.
saw.
Oh, you already found the...
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, Lorkris will pull out the teeth. Yeah, here you go.
We also like to collect the bones of our enemies.
Well, I guess we have a little more in common then, don't we, little one?
Yes, we do.
Well, maybe when I conquer this world in 101 years, then you might be able to have a seat at my ruling table.
Still think
It's
that's
so
a lot
cool.
of
I
work.
could tend to your garden.
Guarded, This
We would make
world,
it look so beautiful.
well, it better not look like this place. This place is awful.
No, this is terrible. I hate this. Do you know where it starts from? Because I would like to try to make it not look like this anymore.
He says, oh, you're gonna find that out real soon if you go in there.
Oh, is that the way that we could fix this place?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Would you be proud of me if I cured this place?
Well, that would be an impressive feat for a little just above flyling.
I have a feeling you like me a little bit more than just calling me just above a flyling. I'm just saying.
And my master told me that this one was the one that was the most charismatic. Maybe that's it. Maybe I just don't really like the typical pretty things. No offense to you.
She is quite beautiful and very charming.
Yeah, but I suppose
I
I
just
find...
don't know when to shut up.
Well, as long as she's playing her music, I don't mind if she never shuts up.
Oh, I can't wait to make you proud of us and be our friend. We're friends now.
Oh,
You have
okay,
no
now I'm
choice.
starting to feel kind of icky inside. This is kind of gross. Are you all done interrogating me?
I'm
It's not
getting
an
too comfortable, guys.
interrogation. It's a talk between acquaintances.
I don't know if I've
I do have-
upgraded you to acquaintance yet. Would you upgrade an ant to acquaintance if it happened to try
That's-
and have a conversation with you?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And she's talked to everything.
Talk to trees and plants and bugs and animals all the time, and they're my friend.
Well, you know, they have a saying for that. It's called crazy.
Yeah.
It's a label, you know.
And
Yeah.
Well, apparently crazy works.
It worked on you a little bit.
some people consider me crazy.
Well,
I talked to Philip.
my dragon kin back where I come from thought I was a little bit crazy too, so I suppose I understand what you're saying.
Oh, Mr.
Because they
Dragon.
didn't collect the bones of their enemies.
Mr. Dragon,
Mm-hmm.
can you see Philip? Can you hear Philip?
What are you talking about?
Okay, thank you.
I suppose I do have maybe 2 more questions for you. I know spoiling the surprise would not be, but your former master, what's their name? Wait. Gotcha. the player has immediately regretted his decision. That dragon is far too quiet now.
Sorry. This is me, not the dragon.
No, I know. I just be silly.
I had a brain fart. I have it here. I put it.
You know how I said that I cut myself?
Yeah.
This is the box.
How did you cut yourself on the dice?
Because I shook the box really hard and then the box exploded and that's how I'm cutting
Wait,
my...
how did this box explode?
I shook it
Uh-huh.
with excitement and then the box exploded and it cut my finger. Because I am...
Yeah, we know.
Did you get new dice, Druid?
I was gifted new dice.
Oh.
And then the box attacked me and cut my finger open on my knuckle.
Classic Druid.
Ah, so she got new maracas, huh?
Yeah.
And these were the other ones.
Oh, those are really cool.
Oh.
Oh, you gotta pick that up. At least it's not the D4. I'm not touching any of those dice now.
Don't drop the D4.
Came very close.
Oh.
It was what the...
I
right.
dropped the...
The dragon responds to you and says, "Ah, I suppose that wouldn't ruin things too much, since it won't mean much to you. But I believe that the Dark Lord of my world where I came from, I believe I heard him say this being that he made a bargain with for those armies and my services was cyst iron, the absolute.
What is it?
Cyst iron, Cystiron, the absolute.
And then...
Can I ask my question now first, Miss Fern?
Yeah.
I'm brave enough. I don't think you're gonna want to eat me, Mr. Dragon. He's like, all right. Well, if you're brave enough to ask the question, even after I told you that, then maybe I won't bite your head off. What is it? Rylar says, what's it like to fly? And the dragon's like, oh, well, that's actually a really good question. Little one, it's the most wonderful feeling in the world to soar through the air above the clouds, with the wind caressing your skin, seeing the horizon stretch out, especially if you're moving across the land, past the ocean, hearing the ocean waves. There's nothing like it. And Rylar goes, oh, that sounds amazing. That sounds amazing. It is. I recommend it.
Yes, Fern?
Okay, so since you're going to take over the world in 101 years, we should know your name, right? Or have a name to call you?
No, seriously, you won't be able to pronounce it. Even this one that can speak my language, she won't be able to pronounce it.
But there's nothing else that we could call you besides Mr. Dragon? Or would you just prefer us to just straight calling you my lord or something? I need to call you something.
Do you care what your sandwich calls you?
Yeah?
How often do you talk to your sandwich?
Well, not very often. How often do you talk to yours?
I probably talk to it a little bit too often for people to be comfortable.
I believe that about you, little one.
I talk to everything. That's why I have to put, you know. Do you have to have a title or something?
Well, I suppose I'll earn that when I go about conquering the world in 101 years.
I'd imagine a collector is appropriate. You like to collect the bones of your enemies, so you are therefore a collector.
I suppose so.
At least it's something that she can use in her song.
What, you're gonna write a song about me, little one?
Well, eventually,
Perhaps.
I'll have to write your conquering song and your entrance song. And any other song you'd like.
Yeah. We would absolutely hate for you to get confused with another dragon.
There are other dragons in this world.
Probably.
I still do have one more question.
Make it quick, I'm getting impatient.
Have you ever seen a green sea?
Is this like one of those puzzle riddles or something?
I've had visions of a green sea, and you've been around, clearly. You've been over here more than I this way.
I didn't get to go very far from what you see here, though.
Fair enough.
Okay, well, we're gonna go inside the ziggurat now, and you want to do and, you know,
You're cutting out a little bit?
we're gonna go into the ziggurat now, and we're gonna go how to cleanse this place to make you proud of me, okay? Because we're friends.
Well, I said I'd upgrade you from flyling, but I haven't upgraded you to that. Why would
She doesn't care.
why would you become friends with your sandwich? Maybe I won't eat you later on. Maybe I will. We'll see. For now, I'm getting bored of this. You did me a solid, so goodbye for now.
Goodbye, friend.
He, just like in real life, when a helicopter takes off, it's pushing the weight of it is pushing everything down, and
That's a gnarly feeling, by the way. Just saying.
yeah, and as he does so, he looks at you with this glare, and you suddenly realize that all this time he had been holding back this presence. Now, all of you need to roll me wisdom saving throws.
Oh, please. Oh, please. Oh, please. Please.
Okay.
I got a 20 total.
20?
21?
31.
For Rylar. You damn it. I wanted to look up. You all feel this overwhelming kind of. You remember what happened when you met Steel Dawn, and then before that when you had met
Crystal Hedge.
Crystal Hedge. You had that pressure feeling of something that could absolutely dominate you. Yep, you're feeling that all over again. And this time it's like 10 times stronger than what you felt with those. And you're quite, even though you all resist any kind of actual fear effect, I guess technically speaking.
I didn't even have to roll.
Well, but it's an intimidation kind of thing. It's with this guy. You're right. You didn't have to roll. But you still feel it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You just are not affected by what you're experiencing, right? And but you sense it, and it's you're pretty happy with your results because you're pretty sure that he, in your current state, is beyond you.
We should grab that collar. Is it really, really big?
Yeah, I was gonna say, how big is the collar?
It's pretty big, but not big enough, not so big that you can't,
put it in the bag of holding. I mean, it is broken in one space, so we can technically make a relatively long.
Shimmy it in there.
Yeah, with its size, like you could probably get it to someone, make a couple suits of armor out of it.
Exactly. That's why I'm like, grab the collar.
I'm gonna put it in the bag of holding.
Dragon super epic ultra mega collar. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
I made friends with the dragon, you guys. I could tell he was resisting calling me friend. Because he was trying to put up a front. But we're friends. He offered me a seat on his council. It's gonna suck when we have to kill him one day.
That's pretty funny.
Super mega ultra dragon collar.
I'm not Rylar. Or you.
It is just the dragon collar.
It's exactly what I'm typing. I can't just spell collar right now.
Fate and I are on the same wavelength.
Yep.
Short and to the point.
Yeah. Call it. There we go. Okay. There we go.
Okay, you guys. Into the ziggurat. Made of mithril and adamantium.
Yeah, I know. Question.
Wow. Yeah, you guys. It's a good thing you rolled the way you did.
Oh, really? Why?
Yeah. Anyway, you were saying? I'm sorry.
So we know that the collar is made of adamantium and mithril.
Mostly mithril, but yeah, there's there are certain joints around it that are
and in the remove curse and dispel magic, I know that we used that to remove it, but does it retain any residual magics?
Not since
I imagine we can.
Right.
Yeah.
No, it does not. Not since it was broken.
Okay.
Well done, guys, by the way. DM to players. Well done.
Thank you!
So now you stand before this ancient ziggurat with overgrown. You find it interesting that there's kind of a gap of. It's strange how there's a gap from the forest, from the dead forest to the ziggurat. And now that you're up close looking and paying attention to it, obviously there are those vines that sometimes come out of the forest and into it. But they're only at certain sectors, they're off in the distance because this thing is, it's huge, massive. Have you guys ever been to Vegas? Okay. Have you been to the, what's it called? The one that's the pyramid? Luxor, thank you, yeah.
I didn't make it to that side of Vegas.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Can't remember. I was at the MG, the MGM.
That's too bad. That's the Luxor's worth checking out on the inside. It'll blow your mind. But at any rate, you've seen the outside, obviously. This obviously isn't like that because this one's all stone and it's a ziggurat, not a pyramid. And technically they're both pyramids, but you get the idea, right?
Yeah.
And you do see at the very top, again, what looks like a gnarly looking kind of tree growing out of the top of it, some giant thing. And, the vines kind of converging up the ziggurat. But then where you're standing, there is an area where how can I put it? There's a giant 10-foot tall, 20-foot wide archway that kind of sticks out some, right? And it's curved. And the shape and architecture in like kind of decorative embossment and artwork, not artwork, but the craft, the sculpt of the stone is that very, like I said, now you're looking at it closer, it definitely reminds you somewhat, not exactly, but somewhat of Fern's work in the past. And now that you're also looking from this point on, you notice that entryway is about the central part of the wall of the ziggurat, of this level of the ziggurat. And there are sections, like next to that, there's some stairs that lead up to the next level. And at different sections, there are stairs that lead up to different levels. And there are more of these kind of entrances. And there are roughly 12 tiers of this ziggurat. So that's how big it is, if that gives you some scale, right? And but now you also notice something else that's interesting from this level, in paying more attention, not being so hyper focused on the dragon. The forest on that side off, because you're close enough, you came from that direction. The forest on that side actually grows right up to the edge of the ziggurat and kind of covers it up. And you think in the distance on the other side, it does the same. It seems like this is the only side of the ziggurat. You guessed, since you can't see the opposite fourth side, right? But you kind of guessed that this is the only side that is kind of has some clearance and opening that's not completely covered with the overgrowth of the tainted forest. And the dark corridor beckons you.
Rylar,
Yeah.
do you see any magic on the ziggurat from here?
No, not really.
Does the tree up there look magical from here?
It's too far away. Because his detect magic, even though he can see it all the time, he can only detect the magic within the same range. I think
60
actually for him, it's how far?
60 feet.
For him, you've determined from messing around with him in the last several months that he can detect magic at the same distance as his dark vision, which is double. 120 feet. Which also happens to be, I believe, I told you guys, it's the same distance as telepathy too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because Rylar is so cool.
Rylar
Okay.
is...
What?
Rylar is really cool.
Yes. Should we sneak in?
Might as well. Is everybody
And
ready?
pass without the trace?
Lorkris looks up at the ziggurat from the entrance,
Mhm.
stares up at that tree, looks forward to where we're going. And what it appears is if he hangs his head down, and right before we decide to walk in, with the hilt of his glaive, he's draw or a spiral, and then just walk in.
Okay.
Oh, before we all start walking in, I'm looking up at this ziggurat, and I'm like, "Yep, Philip, that's a lot of stairs."
All right. You guys make your way to the edge of the, the archway and peer into the darkness, and you see that the corridor stretches a good 30 feet into darkness. Just kind of hard to tell. I mean, I know you guys all have dark vision, but and I believe your dark vision goes up to how far?
60 feet.
Yeah. But like this, for the level of your dark vision, there's nothing to see, so it's just kind of deep pitch until you move in closer. And I guess everybody roll me your roll. You said you wanted to sneak in, so
Stealth?
Pass without the thrace.
yeah, you had already
Plus
said. Yeah, you said that. Mm-hmm.
We get to add a, what, 10?
Yes.
20 total for me.
What did you roll?
Rolled a 2.
Wow.
Still, a 2 becomes a 20.
Then I got a
That's-
plus 8, and then plus 10.
Yeah.
41.
Okay.
27.
Okay. I mean,
41.
Yeah.
you guys basically kind of slowly sneak through the corridor, which is the entranceway to this gigantic ziggurat. And as you make your way inside, it's another one of those, oh my god, kind of moments where you're just shocked. But this one is more impressed than grossed out or anything. Although there are parts of it that aren't that great either. What you see before you is this massive open, it's massively hollow on the inside. And I want you to imagine that you guys have either been to or seen pictures of the adobe buildings in three corners, well, okay, how can let me try and describe it better. Let's be better about describing it. So, as you make your way inside, the corridor goes even further than you thought. You only got to see 30 feet in, but it actually goes in much farther, much deeper, because basically what you find on the inside is you get the sense that the entirety of these elven people lived in this place. Because each tier, each level, all the way up the walls on the inside are kind of like, I was gonna try and say it's like the Luxor, because it's basically these long rows with the Luxor, it's long rows of doors to rooms, right? This is long rows of small little adobe buildings, kind of just built into the walls going up at an angle, of course, the way a pyramid would on the inside. So it's just this giant hollow, and it's just huge. I mean, we're talking, 10 stories. I mean, obviously, the outside is 12 layers, but what you see inside goes up 10 stories inside. So it's like a skyscraper, the inside of a skyscraper, if it were hollow, with all these buildings just built into the side, and there's all these ropes and vines and wooden ladders that were not wooden ladders, stone ladders that look like they were carved, and wood, just ways of climbing and going up to all these different buildings. And in the center is another thing that blows your mind, both impressive wise, but this one's the one that I said is also kind of disheartening, and that's the tree you saw from the outside. This tree makes the other trees seem even small by comparison. There's a massive tree in the center. It's like they built this ziggurat up around the tree. Their entire city structure was in this ziggurat, and it was built up around this tree. The tree itself, it dominates the center of this, massive, like an acre, must be an acre or so across, like huge. The tree itself, though, isn't. I mean, that's the inside of the building, but the tree itself is probably, let me think. At its base, it would be probably as thick as, like one of those space needles in some cities. Have you guys seen a space needle in a city? So it's
Yes.
Yeah, it's huge. This tree is that big, and it stretches all the way up hundreds of feet up into. You do notice that there's like a stone layer at the top in the darkness, and you can see all this because there's a strange kind of yellow glow that seems to be kind of radiating from the tree. It's not like a glow like you would look a light. It's almost just like a luminescence, just kind of on the edge of it. It's almost like those moments in a video game where someone created a light source but didn't actually attach it to anything. So it's just like, where's that light coming from, right? And so there's just kind of this light yellow glow over everything, and it seems to kind of emanate from that tree. The tree itself looks like it's been wholly and completely corrupted. And you also notice that it has these massive wooden steps that spiral all the way up, and they don't look like they were cut or carved out of the tree. They were grown out of the tree as spiral steps, as if they were coaxed out of the tree. Now that part, you kind of get the sense that long ago, before this tree was turned into this corrupted thing, this would have been gorgeous and beautiful. But now it's just this slimy, rotting, disgusting thing that's stretching up into the heights of the pyramid. And
Is that her face on the tree?
Like it's too big to necessarily know that, right? From where you're standing, where you've come into this massive enclosure, I mean, it's like a warehouse, right? It's massive. So, but the tree itself is also massive, but it's still far away from you, and there's so much width to it. There's, at least you don't see one right now from this side. You do see that staircase winding up it, and you do see that there are points on it where the staircase stops at a level, and there are some like grown structures, and then it keeps going up and more level and more grown structures, and looks like maybe people lived there too, along up the tree. But it does go all the way up into that stone layer at the very top, that roof, like a stone roof. And you do notice now that another interesting thing is that one of the layers of the ziggurat that you couldn't necessarily tell from far away before, one of the layers of the ziggurat that's like how can I put it? So when you have a ziggurat layer and then another layer, imagine that there's sort of a ravine around that kind of cuts in the middle and then opens up down into, so that basically light at certain times can come into it from above. And that happens on multiple different layers. You see this now. And obviously, because of the way the stone structure is created, that, you know, there are places where the stone does connect. Otherwise, you know, what would hold it in place, right? And so, but now you see this. It's another one of the reasons why you can see everything isn't just the yellow glow from the tree, but now you do see that, you know, you can kind of see light coming in from the sunlight. Although again, it's gray overcast, so it wasn't as noticeable before. And also because of the way these edges of every layer kind of only have sections that are open. From that far away before, they just look like dark shadows, right? But from this angle now is what now you're seeing kind of some light coming through and kind of rays of dust motes and stuff, like in a Skyrim video. And it's super impressive, but it has this dark, ominous feeling now because it's definitely not what you thought it would be, you know, or you know what it's not what you suspect it used to be. And
I want to walk towards 3.
So as you start to walk into the facility, into the area, the building, you find it interesting that it looks like throughout the ground level there was once maybe these lush gardens and walkways and maybe even like internal ponds and streams that are all dried up now. They're little pockets. And you guys she starts to walk drawn to the tree, and you all see this now, you know, but paying more attention to the ground because you're blown away by what you're seeing above you and the big tree in the center. But now as you're paying more attention to what's closer to you and you start to walk forward, you all get every once in a while out of the corner of your eye, you get the sense you see shadows moving. And as you make your way kind of through the walkway, the path that is here, I mean, there's nothing obscuring it, the path. There's just kind of, there was path and there was like a garden. Now it's just all dead and gone. It's just ground with a path now through it. As you make your way, you see all these, you know, every once in a while you see, even amongst the buildings at certain levels, layers and stuff, every once in a while, where light is shining in certain places where light is coming through, you see a shadow dip through the light.
I just keep walking towards the 3.
Gotcha. So as you move closer to the tree, you see up ahead there's a bunch of those kinds of shadows kind of hovering around the tree. And they seem to kind of stop, and as you kind of are moving there, when you realize and you see them, it's almost like they've seen you now too. They're just kind of shadows of people standing there with big long ears, but they're just kind of super faded. You're not even sure if it's actually a shadow or what, but they just kind of vanish and move away as if they're running away. Not even sure if they're really there, if you see anything. I mean, you all see it though. So, do you do anything?
I follow Fern.
No, I know you're following Fern and she's moving forward. I'm asking, does anybody else kind of use any abilities or anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Can I do that?
Your divine sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you use your divine sense, you know, thinking that maybe they might be some sort of undead creature, but you're surprised again, just like before. They don't register as undead or fiend. In fact, they don't register as anything at all. You don't sense undead. But I don't know, like there's something else, something in between. The good thing is they don't seem to have as much, like the difference between these and the ones that were in the deep woods. The ones in the deep woods had those hollow see-through eyes, right? And they seemed much more aggressive and actually whispered at you guys, right? And came towards you. These are doing the opposite. They're moving away from you. They're also kind of wispier and more transparent and disappear, and you're not even sure you're seeing them in the darkness. And they don't have those hollow eyes that are looking at you. But they definitely are like just kind of these shadowy elf-shaped figures. Do you say anything about that, or just kind of keep that in for now?
I'll say it mentally
To everybody?
get Rylar's attention. Yeah, because no reason to say no reason to, but don't know what else is here. Don't want to allude to anything that may potentially be nefarious that we notice that or anything. Feel like it's appropriate, especially if we're trying not to make a. Yeah, they don't really appear to be undead, but they are not alive. Ish.
And they definitely stay away from you guys.
I'm gonna keep walking towards the 3.
All right, you guys make your way across the area to the tree. As you're up close and personal to it, I mean, obviously at this level, it's more like a big building than a tree, as huge as it is and wide as it is. And the stairs, the grown stairs are huge as well. But you know, there are so many of them. It must easily to go all the way up must be, you know, if it's 10 floors up, must be hundreds, thousands of steps, right? And you do, again, inside those buildings, you sometimes see just a little bit of shadow occasionally of someone, like somebody poking out their head out the window to see and then going back in. But it's just shadow, it's not like an actual person or anything. And
I want to start walking around the tree to see if I see a face on this level or something.
you note that the tree seems pretty much almost to the point where it's just petrified. Just seems petrified now. And you don't see any face on it anywhere. Not at this level, anyway. I mean, whether there is one or not, you don't see one.
Rylar, do you see any magic anywhere?
No, this place just seems pretty dead and spooky.
I have an idea. It may not be the best.
What is it?
What do you think will happen if you play that song?
I could try.
I don't know if that will
I start pulling up
attract
my instrument.
unwanted attention, but
See if
wonder
there's
if
any
it'll resonate,
reaction
yeah.
from these shadows. All right.
other than that, I think we go up.
I shall play my violin.
All right, as you guys make your way all the way around the thing and find nothing, she plays her violin and
I play the song.
yeah, you're specifically trying to play the I guess
The natural order song.
Natural order song is what you guys call it? Okay. Doesn't seem to have any kind of different effect than what you've already been experiencing.
Okay.
They kind of still kind of flee from you when you get close to them, disappear into the darkness.
Okay.
It's a good idea, Mr. Lorkris, man. It's a good idea.
Meh.
With one of the shadows, Fern is going to call out in Druidic. I'm sorry this happened to your home.
No reaction.
Does it feel oddly familiar here for any?
Not really.
You guys, I kind of want to touch the tree. Is that a good idea or a bad idea?
I mean, if we are going to go up, you are going to touch the tree. So. Boop.
You boop the tree, and it feels cold and hard.
Fern, do you think maybe? Well, what does the tree feel like?
Cold and hard, and dead, petrified.
Are there any other plants around here?
No, nothing growing.
Do we want to start the climbing?
Where else is there to go?
All right, let's go up.
Gotcha. All right. You guys start making your way up, and I'm gonna have you guys roll your all of you rolling your athletics checks.
Or acrobatics?
No,
No, athletics?
no, because this is all about exhaustion, not.
Oh.
Because imagine trying to walk up 10 flights of a skyscrapers. I mean, it wouldn't be 10 flights, right? It's 10 floors, which would be probably 20 flights. So you can either roll me a Constitution saving throw or an athletics, whichever is going to be easier for you. Lorkris, you don't have to roll because I don't. Well, no, actually, yeah, you do need to roll because we've already established that you can fail.
I can fail.
Yeah, sorry.
23 Constitution.
Okay, I'm going to have you roll actually
I don't think I did.
5 times as you make your way. Halfway up, you have to roll, but halfway up is when you start to get tired. I mean, it's a long walk, and you keep going to each layer, and you kind of peer into the little buildings, and they're just empty. It's just empty everywhere. Just emptiness, like this, like this
Does it
land.
look like is there like pots and bowls and like how they used to be homes and stuff?
Not even that stuff anymore.
So we were rolling 5 times?
Yeah. So once you get to the halfway part, you're rolling 5 times. And
So you mean to tell me that there are less trace of these was it gloom elves?
Well,
Than there are.
that was what Rylar called them, but the dragon called them gloam elves.
Gloam elves, excuse me. Above table. You mean to tell me that there's less trace of these elves than there are the Dwemer? At least we get bowls for the Dwemer
Yeah.
in Skyrim. Yeah. All right.
At least not in these buildings.
That's fair. Is there a particular DC or just do you want me to log each?
I guess it'll be easier if I'll tell you the DC. Your DC is for the first level. Let's see. You're gonna roll 5 times. For the first 2 levels, the DC is 10. For the next 2 levels, the DC is 15. To go up the last leg, the DC is 20.
Okay, so I made the first 2.
Uh-huh.
I failed the first of the second one. Then I got a natural 20, and then I got a 16.
Okay. So, you're gonna get 2 levels of exhaustion. But it's not extreme true exhaustion that requires a full night's rest. It's like kind of like a quick exhaustion that you can, if you get a short rest, you'll get rid of both of them, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Because you pushed yourself to your limit, right? And sometimes you can recover from that quicker. How about you?
So I made the first one, I made the second 2, and I failed the last 2.
What about the 5th?
So I made the first one, passed the next 2, so that's 3, and I failed the last 2.
Oh, okay. All right. So you also get 2 levels of exhaustion.
I passed all the checks.
Okay. Rylar.
I have a plus 12. I assume it looked 10 or better. I imagine Lorkris would be okay with walking up what's basically a mountain tree.
Wow,
Like,
Rylar's wiped out. He's like that last leg. He's like, he's crawling up to keep up with you guys. Once you get to that last layer, there's a kind of again, a grown, not carved or cut, grown wooden layer that's like all the way around it, and it leads inward to this kind of stone, or this wooden and stone archway that comes down from that stone ceiling and creates an arch into the center of the tree. Obviously, as you guys were going up, the tree got kind of thinner and thinner too, by the way.
Your hands do disappear as you reach higher up. You know that.
I know that. I know. But I'm here. I'll go back to this one then.
It's like sometimes when you're describing something, I'm like, I could see it, but not everybody else
Yeah.
can.
So the tree, I think they get the idea though. The tree gets thinner and thinner as it goes up. It's not super dramatic like a cone, right? But it does get thinner and thinner as it goes up.
Yeah.
But it's still super thick of where you're at. I mean, we're talking the size of a house at this level, right? But the stairs finally lead up to this one point that's different than the rest, where it's, like I said, it's this like a balcony, like a wooden balcony that's grown all the way around it and seems to culminate in this one part on one side, on the opposite side, that's both stone and wood archway leading into the tree. And you can look inside and you see what looks like another spiral stair going up to, who knows what, but definitely seems to go up into that stone area above. And there are lots of interesting runes carved along the archway. Just kind of different, I guess runes is the wrong word. They're like runic, but they're like just little pictographs and
Rylar, can you read that?
He's like, no, it's not like a language. It's not like a language. It's like pictures. Out of character, they're like hieroglyphics, basically.
Ellie.
Yeah,
But they're not like Egyptian hieroglyphics. They're similar in concept, right? But they're just,
Do they ring out as like not to say religious, but like would it be reference of faith imagery?
I mean, that's kind of the same thing. It could be, right? It's like there's almost no reference when you're first looking at them, right? There's no way to really know.
That's fair.
Some of the pictures, look like suns, trees, just various different kind of little mini scenes. Some of them make no sense, and they're just like pictures of people, but arranged in a hieroglyphic style.
Does there appear to be any type of pattern, like it repeats itself?
Mm-mm. But now you guys are all tired. This walkway slash what I call balcony kind of thing is wide enough that you guys could easily just park here and do a short rest if you wanted to. There don't seem to be any more of those shadow things anymore, at least not in this area.
Yes, we should rest
Lorkris just
before.
like at the top stretches.
We should
You guys need a
rest
break.
before we move any further. How's everybody doing? Tired
I'm
just like
kind
me?
of tired.
Rylar, you doing okay? Fern?
He got 3 levels, so he's worse off than you guys were.
Fern, can you create some water, please?
No.
It'd be really cool for me to do for you.
Oh, you didn't
I
put
could do it tomorrow.
It's all right. You guys still have enough water in your water skins,
Okay.
but you'll pretty much exhaust them.
Yep.
I mean, I will be sure to prep some other spells for tomorrow.
Create food and water.
I could definitely do create. I could, yeah.
Because we're gonna need it.
Right. You can.
Yeah, I could prep, create, destroy water, and good berry. I could do that tomorrow.
You can't do create food in water.
I have create or destroy water. Purify food and drink.
Is it a cleric spell?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think she's got the good berries, but I don't know which. I think.
So I will say, in theme of who Lorkris, I technically have water as a spell that I prepared.
You technically have what?
I technically have create food and water.
Right
Oh,
now?
You just don't have it
It's not
prepared.
prepared.
Mm.
I don't have it prepared. No, but does it make sense for Lorkris to have put effort into that?
Yeah.
I mean, sure. I mean, why not? It's actually it super fits him that he would want to be able to create food and water as a paladin of life and a cleric of death, right? I mean, I don't know. I guess it really depends on how you interpret
Well, I'm
character.
pretty sure once Lorkris starts to realize that we're running out of rations, he might be like, you know what? Maybe I need to prep this spell. We can't find anything to eat.
But I can for sure prep that for tomorrow for us. But that would be for tomorrow.
Okay, so you guys go ahead and take a short rest. Just basically having lunch, drinking your water, eating one of your last sets of rations, drinking water. I mean, you probably have one more days of rations even after this, but you definitely will need to figure out what to do with water for sure.
Well, while we're eating, I will bring up that subject. So, you guys, we're gonna be running out of food pretty soon.
Well, I could definitely prep the good berries for tomorrow to keep us from going hungry. I also could do the create food or create water.
It's good to know. At least we can have some sort of food to get
won't
us
be
through
tasty,
this. I'm sorry,
but it
Fern?
will keep you full.
Can you take care? You're making everything shake.
Okay,
All right. Short rest is done.
short rest is done. You get anything back for all that? I mean, other than... Okay.
I don't get my spell slot back until a long rest.
All right, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna describe, I'm assuming you guys decide you wanna go up to whatever this next layer of the ziggurat is. It seems to have some significance, obviously. You're not sure what it is, but the way everything has led to it, and it seems to be some importance, you know, architecturally, and because of the the hieroglyphics on everything, and the way the tree is grown up to this, it's definitely has some sort of importance, perhaps something religious or sacred or spiritual, you know, or historical value, something to that effect. You get that sense from it. You go inside the hollow part of the tree now, and looks like at one time it was probably beautiful, but now you're inside a dead, petrified tree, and there is another staircase. This one is a mixture of stone and wood as it kind of spirals up again, and you make your way up the stairs, and the archway opens up into still a large room. Basically, if you went to like a hotel's conference room, right? Like only like a double-sized conference room. But in this one, of course, what you see is the stone floor and the walls all the way around. So, okay, let me clarify. So the tree, you've gone into the tree, right? But I guess I kind of misspoke this a little bit. I was picturing in my head, but not describing it the way I'm picturing it. It's partially hollowed on the inside, but not all the way hollow on the inside. In fact, it's not hollow on the inside, it's a hollow layer on the outside. Does that make sense? So you still have
Like there's a
tree,
core.
right? The core is still
There's
there.
a core of it, and then there's space around.
Right, exactly. And so you go up these steps, and then it leads through this archway of stone and wood, and to this stone layer, and that somehow kind of separates. You know what? I have to completely retcon this. I'm sorry. I apologize. I had this envisioned and then I screwed it up in my head. Thank you guys for your patience.
Of course.
All right. So when you got up to the final that wooden layer that I told you about, that was the balcony. You actually had to, like, the spiral stair went up to it, and it did not lead into the core of the tree. I have to think three-dimensionally, and that's what screwed this up. What happens is, on the other side that you couldn't see from this side, as you made it up to that balcony, there's another set of stairs that have been grown out like a giant branch at an angle out and up to a stone archway that you see off in the distance, away from the core tree going up into the center of the building. Okay? And so basically it's another set of stairs from this balcony area, and it's layered wide up to this stone arch that had those hieroglyphics on it. And then you make your way up into that, and now you're into this giant room, this giant conference room with walls that are shaped like this, like the pyramid on each side, correct? And when you get up into it at this angle, you're going up into the room like this. As you step up into it, you look to the left, back where you came from, and you see the core of the tree going up further to another layer. And you find it interesting because it's not, I mean, this is only at the 10th layer, so it's not you're basically in the 11th layer. There must be a 12th layer, right? Because there were 12 tiers of the ziggurat. Well, now is where you see stairs going around the tree up into another layer, but this seems to go up to a really ornate arched stone door, and of the upper tier. The thing that's most noticeable about this room, though, is all the mosaics that have been, again, carved is not the right word, more like grown out of, as if they were carved. Mosaics all along the walls, off in the distance, going all the way around. Just huge mosaics of, and you can see these. They look like pictures of history, all going off all around you along the walls. And again, it dominated the center, surrounding the core tree. It's in the center are these stone steps that curve up to another layer. And but before you can take time, and of course, because of your dark vision, you can see, and there's still that strange yellow light emanating from the dead tree, which is strange to you, but it's happening. And this particular room, though, doesn't have those kind of ceiling vent things that let in light. This one's completely closed off. And but there are already braziers in this room at each corner that are lit with the yellow light. They look like they've been probably sitting there glowing for who knows how long, just forever, for thousands of years. And you look over towards the central core tree, where that stone spiral staircase loops up around it and behind it. And you suspect that's the next layer where you got to keep going after you've at least explored and checked out this historical mosaic along the walls. But before you ever get a chance to do that, you notice these dark figures. There are a number of dark figures surrounding the central area, surrounding the core. They all look like these bald elves with huge ears like ferns sticking out. And they're all bald and gray-skinned and dark black eyes. But actually, when I say they're gray-skinned, they're actually not. Like, it's like they're more like kind of a mixture of gray skin that's kind of fading into a wispy dark shadow. So they're almost like a spectral version of an elf, in a way. Like they remind you of an undead specter, right? But they're not, they're reminiscent of that, but they also seem to have some sort of, partial places where you can see the skin bleeding through, the dark gray skin and their dark black eyes, and they stand before you. There's
About how far away are they?
So the room itself is it's a good question. Move this. I mean, I'm not going to draw it just yet, but
Would you say they're within 60 feet of us? Or further?
Yeah, I'd say they're within 60 feet of you. But before you do anything, let me continue describing. So there are. There are 5 of them, and they seem to be in a formation, and you can almost see what appears to be some sort of ancient clothing that you've never seen before. But again, it's not even. It's like it's not even there. It's like they're phasing in and out of existence, or they're partially like I said, like a specter, right? And they're staring at you, and they look poised in a formation. And I said there were 5 of them, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So there are 2 females flanking on the end, 2 males, and then the central figure, the central 5th figure, is a taller female. And they seem to be holding like. Two of them on each side are holding spears, and then the 2 in the center look like they're holding, again, wispy looking, shadowy looking blades, and then the one in the center is a staff. And they, for a moment, they almost look like they were stuck in time and space like a statue, until you could see the slight undulating of that shadow around them, right? And you just kind of, once you come to, once you realize, oh wow, there's somebody standing there, there's something there. What are those things? They speak to you. You hear a voice emanating from the central one. Without its lips moving, the voice says, "You shall never break the sacred seal. You will not enter our sacred temple. You will not harm the Avatar. We shall annihilate you." And then you're going to be rolling initiative. I will let you. You were going to probably roll something, I'm guessing. Is it you were asking me?
It's one of those, like, Lorkris does what Lorkris does, expecting nothing.
Right.
But these are different from what he is. He's skeptical, but do they ring as undead? Hits Eyes to the Grave one.
Yeah, Eyes of the Grave, that's what it's called? That lets you...
So it's basically, what is it? It's the Detect Good and Evil. The only difference... Oh, so this isn't the one that determines if they're undead or fiends. This is Eyes of the Grave. Okay. Yeah. They look more undead. So that's the first thing he does. Yeah.
I don't want
Oh,
to fight
I misspoke. I need to re-describe, sorry. The ones on the outside have spears. The 2 in the center have chains, spiked looking chains around their wrists. And the one in the center has daggers.
Okay.
Anyway, you were saying, Fern?
I don't want to fight.
Yeah, like I said, they speak, breaking the silence of the moment, and they move in formation to attack you guys.
Are they undead?
They do register as undead to you, yes. But there's something weird about it. Like, it's different. It's unlike anything you've ever experienced before.
So are we rolling for initiative now or next time?
Oh, we'll roll for initiative next time. This is where I wanted to leave off. Sorry, it was kind of a long, overly screwed up description, but I appreciate your patience.
No.
No, that's fine. I will say, you're right, I know we're going to be rolling initiative at the beginning of next episode, but I would imagine in that context of like realizing we're about to get into a fight and like motioning into the stance as we're getting ready to roll, Lorkris ping out to everybody the same way he's, actively trying to utilize this new ability with Rylar, and convey that they are undead, but not quite what we expect them. Like he'll relay that, like, but it's different.
Okay.
And then there it is.
I guess you guys can roll if you want. I can write it down now, so we'll have it ready to go for next week. Unless you'd rather wait and do it next week.
Let's roll next week. Let's start off next week. First thing we do is roll initiative.
Okay. That sounds good to me.
We're only going against elves that,
What? Biscuit eating bulldogs. That's cool.
At least we didn't have to fight a dragon.
That is true.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. That is a good thing.
We would have died. Dragon goes here.
Yes.
I'd imagine that the dragon would be like, "Oh man, you guys are as powerful as they say they are. I'll spare you. Make a deal with me. You be my servant." Like, we're gonna be like, "Yeah, okay, no," and then we die. Like, I think that's how it goes.
So you liked Mr. Dragon?
Yeah?
Yeah.
He's a friend now.
Yeah.
I mean, with as lazy as you portrayed him to be, him trying to take over the world in 101 years, I think there's going to be a lot of effort for him by himself.
He's obviously, not only is he lazy, but he's also got a big ego and thinks highly of himself.
I'm surprised he decided to go with 101. Like, that cheeky smile was like, that was in jest, but he took it, and they're just like, "All right, I see you. I see
Not
you."
all bad. Not all bad. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. 101. Yeah.
Drunk Bobo just came home. Says hi as loud as you can. Hi.
Hi, Bobo!
You beautiful woman!
I'm so loud in my ear.
Hey, and I didn't even do it as loud as I could have.
I know.
Vegan Pesto changed their name?
Yeah, it says, "Hey, Stormy.
Oh,
it's
wow.
Vegan Pesto."
It's Brumbo
Pete.
Pete. Thank you, Vegan Pesto. What's going on? How are you? I guess Dagoth had to go about an hour ago. We miss you, Dagoth. We appreciate you, though. And just like coffin dance time. Oh, some people spent some money. Or not money, but channel points. Can we refund Banana to all the folks? I don't know how
I
easy
think
that
people have been doing it because I can't refund it.
Oh, you can't refund it?
If you go into the redeem queue, it shows up there. You can just X, and it'll refund points that way.
Maybe it might have a time limit too. Like it's possible that Twitch has it built in.
No.
No?
There's not a time limit.
Do you see what I'm talking about, Druid?
Wait, say it again?
So in mod view, if you go under the section where you can close out where everybody's redeemed channel point stuff, if you click...
Yeah, the reward request queue.
Yeah, if you click the X or the reject, it should refund them the points. If those show up there.
There is a time limit, I
Mm.
think.
Oh, there is?
Yeah, I thought so too.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for folks who spent points that didn't get to do anything with it. I apologize. We thank you though.
I almost just.
I wish there were. I suppose we need. If there was some way that they could hear it and we didn't, that would be okay. Because the visuals we still have on hand. So.
Is it gonna come through on the YouTube video?
Oh, no, that's a good point. It would come through on the YouTube video if they can hear it, because it's a recording of Twitch. Yeah. Never mind. Yeah. Oh well, that's all right. So, guys, thank you all so much for hanging out with us, and finding the party found their way inside the spooky ancient ziggurat. Who are these creepy shadow elves that are about to assail them?
I'd imagine Lorkris' like rubber band thoughts like, man, I wish to be inside of a cave and I kind of, no, I'm not happy. It's like, man.
They said what? It was their
what was it? You'll never break in, right?
never break the seal.
Never break the seal. You'll never get into the sacred temple. We will stop you here.
Oh no!
And something about an avatar.
Yeah, you will never
Banana
touch the avatar.
Picture.
Yeah, we definitely want to see a photo of drunk
avatar,
Bobo.
Right?
What was that, brother?
And they had mentioned something about an avatar.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. They said that you'll never touch our avatar.
She's so beautiful.
Uh-huh.
I just love her so much.
I know.
That's gonna be the next cult that I start.
Mm-hmm.
I have so many cults now.
Mm-hmm.
Get to the sacred thing.
That's right.
Something avatar. The Last Airbender.
No.
I know, I'm joking. But I did write that down.
Okay.
That was for me.
Yes.
That's funny. All right. Wow.
Oh, wow.
My notebook is cursed.
Yeah.
Thank you, Irock. I appreciate
The notebook
that.
is so cursed that she writes sideways against the lines of.
Interesting.
Nothing wrong with that.
Hey,
Weird.
I've done that in the past.
I'm with him. I think it's weird.
Hold on,
but
I have to show
that's
you
okay.
some of the things. Hold on. Because like in some of them, I write sideways, and then on other ones I write normal, and then I draw pictures and stuff.
Yeah. You know you should just use, instead of like the straight line paper, use the dot grid, like I have.
My Bandwidth and Banter notebook is the grid, which I really like.
Was that Jackson's note?
This is in case anybody is curious of what Fern's handwriting looks like.
Okay. Cool.
It's pretty accurate to.
It's the letter to Daxon.
pretty
Right
accurate
on.
to-
My handwriting's at least.
At least
Oh
legible.
Lord.
Yeah.
Page
Yeah,
of
no,
chaos.
we don't need this. Oh man. Alrighty. What a day.
Well, awesome. Thank you guys again for joining us for the raids. I know we may not be able to, thank the folks if they're not here, but if they are, thank you for the raids. Thank you for any subs, follows. You all are amazing. All our new friends that we've met. Fantastic night. Tomorrow they'll start, or not tomorrow, next Saturday they'll start off with a fight against these spooky
I mean, tomorrow. would be-
gloam elves, whatever they are.
Tomorrow's gonna be great.
Tomorrow's gonna be great. Yes. More great stuff from us. Be sure to drop a follow for Druid and Extirpate Fate, and check out his stream tomorrow.
We very much appreciate our mods tonight. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Yeah. Banana Tom, Daddy
Love our mods.
Dagoth,
Druid.
Druid, yeah, all you guys, amazing stuff. Thank you. And be sure to come check us out the rest of the week. We got all kinds of stuff going on. And the 12th through the 14th, we got some Diablo action. It's going to be a great weekend. The 12th and 14th, obviously, of next month, but yeah.
Yeah. Amongst the community, we're all going to be hopping streams and like spreading the love and doing all that. Be like making sure that we're going to be posting them up in Discords and events and coordinating with everyone. So as soon as we get it all figured out with the schedules and how we're all going to do it.
Right.
And
y'all
and I plan to do another Mad Dash finish on Sunday. I actually enjoyed doing that. If we don't make it to the thing, totally fine. But I think that was super fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast to try and take on the world boss. We get some sort of special thing if we do. So
we need a party of 12.
It's an ornament, right? I think it's an ornament, like a horn for like the horse mount.
Right.
Remember, we're going to need a party of 12.
Yep. It's going to need all hands on deck at Storm Keep to take on the Diablo boss.
So we'll be doing signups and everything, so everybody that's doing it.
We'll
all right.
We'll make it happen, Captain.
Hell yeah. Thank you guys. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you next time.
Thank you, Insomnia Night.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.